the situation in his constituency, and I can tell him that the use of church buildings by other Christian denominations is considered a very good use for any redundant Church of England church. And the normal procedure is that the views of the local Member of Parliament, the local authority and local residents would be considered. And so if there are closed churches in his area, he will have an opportunity to get involved within that process.
Jim Shannon.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for his response? Further, can the honourable member outline what advice for smaller congregations are in place at this time, and whether his interpretation is that the closure of all churches, regardless of size, is optional, or if small congregations can continue to meet even if there are small numbers?
Well, as my honourable friend knows, I speak purely for the Church of England in this place, and the Church of England is following exactly the health advice from the government. But I can tell him and the House that while public worship has been suspended for the time being, churches remain open for prayer, and in particular for baptisms, weddings and funerals. Self-distancing will be required, numbers in churches will be kept to a minimum, and no one self-isolating must attend the ceremony, and parishes are being trained in live streaming services where they can. Wellbeing and mental health resources will be published soon, and churches are of course encouraged to support the vulnerable who are self-isolating and to continue to support food banks and night shelters in particular.
Steve Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the light of my honourable friend's response to that question, does he agree with me that just because churches are not gathering for worship, they still have an absolutely vital role to play in our communities in meeting the spiritual, emotional and indeed practical needs of our communities at this very difficult time? And although they may not be gathering for services and other meetings, churches are most definitely not closed.
Well, I thank my honourable friend very much for that important point, and he is exactly right. The church is much more than just its buildings, it's its people, and this is an opportunity for all of us as Christians to reach out to others in need. There are many in all our communities, and that is exactly what the church will be doing over the coming months.
Worship is suspended during the coronavirus crisis. What plans does the Church of England have for a national day of prayer?
I can tell my honourable friend that the Archbishop of Canterbury has called for a National Day of Prayer this Sunday. The Church is particularly keen that all Christians reach out to look after the vulnerable in their communities, as I've just said to our honourable friend. And at 7 p.m. on Sunday, the Archbishop has called for people to put lighted candles in their windows, just as a sign of solidarity with what the nation is going through at the moment.
Caroline Anderson.
Question 6, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Church of England is pleased that the government has said repeatedly that it will implement in full the recommendations of the Truro Review, and the Church is in regular contact with the review implementation team. Promoting faith literacy amongst our diplomats remains work in progress, but we are reassured by continuing work on this aspect of the review.
Caroline Anderson.
Thank my honourable friend for his answer, and clearly while the world looks to navigate the challenge of the virus, other challenges do remain. Indeed, they can be exacerbated in these circumstances. So can he tell me what steps the Church of England is taking to work hand in glove with the Foreign and Commonwealth Office to tackle anti-Christian persecution across the world?
Well, I thank my honourable friend very much for that question, and I know she takes a very strong interest in this important area, and I can tell her that the Church is working closely with the Foreign and Commonwealth Office and the Department for International Development to develop better religious literacy, and the Anglican Communion combats persecution against all people of faith or no faith around the world. The Church would welcome a Magnitsky Act to target sanctions against those who persecute people for their religion or belief, in line with recommendation 8 in the review. And quarterly progress statements on the implementation of the review would also be helpful.
Scott Benton.
Question number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Almost all couples receive marriage preparation before a Church of England marriage service. Some churches later offer marriage enrichment courses and marriage MOT evenings. The Church is concerned about the fall in marriage rates as well as the breakdown of marriages, and a number of churches are taking action to address this issue.
I thank my right honourable friend for his answer. How does the Church aim to support couples and families in this moment of national crisis when they are forced to spend more time together, probably feeling anxious and possibly with several members of their family unwell?
I thank my honourable friend for that very relevant question at this time, and I can tell him that the new marriage and pre-marriage courses released in January this year are now available online as they are digital resources that any church can forward to couples in isolation to help them invest in their relationship when they are likely to have more time together as well as more pressure on them. And the pre-marriage course welcomes and is suitable for couples who are not engaged but want to explore what marriage means.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, it's probably something to come back to once we've got past this immediate crisis, but I'd like to ask the Commissioner what progress has been made to liaise with the Department for Education on aligning such education, pre-marriage education, with the relationship education that's going to take place in schools that's now been made compulsory, of course, for all young people. I just wonder if that's going to tie up.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady, who I know takes a serious interest in these issues, for her question, and I can tell her that the Church is very keen to work hand in gloves with schools in this important area. Relationship education, relationship support has a very important role in our schools, so we have healthy, respectful marriages and relationships throughout our country.
Tim Lawton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I suggest that one form of marriage support the Church of England might like to get on with is enacting Clause 1 of my Civil Partnerships, Marriages and Deaths Registration Act, which became law a year ago now, which would overhaul marriage registration and allow mothers' names to go on marriage certificates for the first time since 1832. Can you give us a progress report on when this is at last going to happen?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question, and he has been very diligent in pursuing this matter for some time, and I know it was a particular concern of my predecessor, Caroline Spelman, when she was in this place. I will get my friend an update on that issue. I will tell Church House about the urgency of this situation, and if you will allow me, I will write to him with specific details.
We now come to the urgent question. Greg Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Chancellor of the Exchequer if he'll make a statement about support for the wages of employees.
Minister John Glenn.
Mr. Speaker, this is an uncertain time for our country, but the government is clear. It will do whatever it takes to protect our people and businesses from the coronavirus pandemic. On Tuesday, the Chancellor of the Exchequer set out further steps in the government's economic response, building on the initial response he outlined in the budget last week. This included standing behind businesses, small and large, with an unprecedented package of government-backed and guaranteed loans to support businesses to get through this crisis. I've been working very closely with him and the banks, and they are very clear of their responsibility to make these work. The government has made available an initial £330 billion of guarantees, equivalent to 15% of our GDP. That means that any business who needs cash to pay salaries will be able to access a government-backed loan on attractive terms. The government will do whatever it takes to support our economy through this crisis and stands ready to provide further support where necessary. And as the Chancellor announced, we will go much further to support people's financial security, working with trade unions and business groups. Following his appearance at the Treasury Select Committee yesterday afternoon, the Chancellor spoke to the trade unions, and he will today be meeting with the TUC, the CBI, the BCC and the FSB. This will be with a view to urgently developing new forms of employment support to help protect people's jobs and incomes through this period. Mr. Speaker, I am sure that you will appreciate these are unprecedented times. The Chancellor has said he will look at further steps to help protect jobs and incomes, and he will announce further details in due course.
Greg Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. For much of yesterday, like many members of the House, including the member for Birmingham Erdington, with whom I've been working, I was speaking to businesses in our constituencies who are facing a crisis. With revenue collapsing and no knowledge of when normal trading can resume, they see no choice but to lay off workers now. The loan scheme that the Chancellor announced on Tuesday is not enough to prevent that. These businesses have no idea when they will be able to pay back the debt that they would incur. It provides no reason to keep staff employed. In fact, the reverse, because the smaller the wage bill, the less would have to be borrowed. On Tuesday, the Chancellor promised that there would be employment support, but as each day goes by, businesses are making decisions that will be irreversible. If the government does not act immediately, large numbers of people will be unemployed. Registering them will put huge pressure on the welfare system. Vital skills will be lost, and good businesses will cease trading, who themselves will be the customers and suppliers of other businesses. There is a straightforward and immediate solution. All employers have an account with HMRC to pay tax for employees through pay-as-you-earn. The monthly wage bill is known to HMRC. Instead of firms paying PAYE to the government, that flow should now be reversed, with the nation paying the wages of people for the next few weeks, if and only if they continue to employ their staff. Separate arrangements would need to be made for the self-employed, but at a stroke, this would save people's jobs, save businesses, and put an immediate end to the risk of contagion and help save the economy. This is a crisis the like of which we have not seen for 100 years. It requires a response that is immediate, that is effective, and is equal to the scale of the problem. The Chancellor said that he will do whatever it takes, and do so urgently. He now needs to make good on that, without delay, now.
Well, I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for raising this matter, and as I said in my response, the urgency of the government's deliberations on this is absolutely at the top of everything we're doing. Ministers are working flat out 24/7 to look at all the options. My right honourable friend raises the specific anxieties of businesses, and I recognise that the package of measures that we've put out with respect to statutory sick pay, easier access to universal credit and ESA, the business rates relief, the small business grant facility, the local authority hardship funds, and the HMRC forbearance measures will for some not feel at this point sufficient. But he will also know from his experience in government that it's very important that when the government announces the measures that we wish to take to assist with supporting employees, that they need to be effective and work. So I want to say to the House and to my right honourable friend that be under no doubt that all options are being examined. We are looking at models that exist in other jurisdictions, and when very imminently the Chancellor comes to the House, we want to be sure that what we announce will be effective.
Peter Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's now 6.5 weeks since the first cases of coronavirus were reported in the UK. For over a month, we have known about the substantial risk that coronavirus poses to the economy and to workers, and yet the government has announced no plan to protect jobs and wages, no full plan for employment support. We are all of us, inundated with so many questions, and I have just 4 of those questions to ask. People are asking us why, for example, Denmark had its first coronavirus case on the 27th of February, and New Zealand its first case on the 28th of February, 4 weeks after our first case. So why have Denmark and New Zealand announced comprehensive job protection plans, though they had their first cases 4 weeks after us, while we have announced nothing to secure people's jobs and wages. Given this, the second question is what consideration has been given to models in Denmark and Austria that the Financial Secretary referred to, which involve Economic Secretary referred to, which involve the government paying the bulk of people's wages in order to ensure people in work in exchange for job guarantees. The third question is why, when the Chancellor announced their loan guarantee on Tuesday, did the government not tie those loans into an undertaking from business that no one would be laid off? A fourth question, will the Minister accept that freelancers will need additional support if they don't qualify for statutory sick pay? So, for example, in the culture sector, we have as many as 2 million people. Hundreds of thousands of them may be affected. So the country deserves answers to those questions as a matter of urgency. And we will continue to ask these questions, not as a matter of political point scoring or ideology, but to ensure we have a government response that properly protects the public and matches the scale of the crisis affecting us here and now, not just next week.
Well, it's absolutely in order for the honourable gentleman to raise those points, and he's right to draw attention to the experience in Denmark. Throughout this crisis, the government have acted on the best scientific and health advice, and that has clearly had to move over time. That advice has been challenged and questioned, and then the Prime Minister and the Cabinet have made decisions based on the best advice available. Consequent of that health advice, which is clearly motivated to relieve as much pressure as possible on the NHS, then there are other issues that we are urgently dealing with. And sequentially, we are offering that advice as urgently as we can in different domains. He asks about the Danish experience, and we are looking at the furlough system. We are looking at the proportion of support that's available, as we're also looking at the German system, which in the last significant recession that happened in 09-10, which is broadly the comparator that we could use, only 3% of German firms were helped. We're aware of what's happening in the US, and we are aware of the proposals that have been put forward by various think tanks this morning. We are looking thoroughly at all these options, but it is very important that we have a system that delivers the support that's required to employers. On the loans, the coronavirus business interruption loan, we have extended that to up to £5 million. It is clear there will be no interest payable in the first 6 months, no fees, and obviously we expect businesses to use this to support their employees during this time.
To run this to around 11:15. Ian Duncan-Smith.
Speaker, can I first of all commend my right honourable friend and agree with him that is something that the government should be moving on now, but there is something else the government could do literally today. Universal credit has 3 basic levers which could all be pulled now enormously to help people who are in work. 1, the taper could be lowered dramatically at this stage, which would push the floor right up underneath people in work at the moment, allowing them to fall back on that if governments can't deal with them. 2nd, you could change the benefit rates, allowing the greater expanse of money to flow to them. This could be done today. The 3rd area really where he could do is to look at the waiting time and reduce that almost immediately. Those 3 things were always built into the flexibility. They can be done today, they can be delivered within days by a department that already has the ability to do that whilst he gets on with this other facility.
Well, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend who has unrivalled experience in this area. He makes some very reasonable points, and we are looking very carefully at all the options. And as I said earlier, when we have decided very imminently, the Chancellor will make announcements to this House first.
David Linden.
In recent days, the Chancellor has already outlined support for business, which we in the SNP benches have welcomed. In Scotland, that support has been passed on in full by our Finance Secretary, Kate Forbes. However, I remain concerned that not enough support is being mobilised for sole traders, freelancers and the self-employed. Today, though, our focus is rightly on people, many of whom are already self-isolating or moving to work from home if indeed they can. But bills are still coming in and rent payments are being sought, and so I welcome the news that some support will be put in place, for example, for the payment of energy bills, but the question is, who is eligible for that, and will that go far enough? So will the government use the tax system to put thousands of pounds in people's pockets by way of an emergency universal basic income?
Hear, hear.
And will the government extend statutory sick pay to the 2 million people who earn less than £118 a week, and will he benchmark it to at least the real living wage? Firms are already starting to make staff redundant, but we need to stem the flow of that immediately and today. The government should introduce a statutory retention scheme to provide firms with financial support to keep staff in employment during this uncertain time. Mr Speaker, now more than ever, our social security system needs to kick in. So to protect families impacted by hardship and strengthen automatic stabilisers that support demands in the economy, does the Minister agree that the main adult rate of out-of-work support and universal credit and other benefits, including carers allowance, should rise by 1/3 to £100 per week? Mr Speaker, we are in the midst of a national emergency, the likes of which I've never seen before, and how this generation of politicians responds to this crisis will be how history judges us. During the financial crisis of 2008, no expense was spared to bail out the banks. So today, with the coronavirus outbreak and the crisis, we must similarly be prepared to bail out household budgets at this time of economic crisis, which calls for us all to rise to the occasion.
Hear, hear.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his questions. He's absolutely right that it's important that the government does whatever it takes in these circumstances. He raises a number of specific points. Obviously, he'll be familiar with the changes we've made in terms of access to statutory sick pay, in terms of the eligibility starting much sooner. That commenced from the 13th of March. He's aware of the need not to have a GP note to make that easier. He makes a number of points around universal credit and changing the eligibility there. Advances are available online. The minimum income floor has been temporarily released. He has made a number of points about freelancers and the self-employed, which the government is very clear about. He also mentions the universal minimum income, basic income. The government is looking at that, but the issue there is actually, will it help the most affected most urgently? And I think that's something that we've got to consider. Many of us in this House, for example, would not require such support. And we've got to make sure that we target it at the most vulnerable.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I ask the Minister again, because I've had a lot of emails on this, how the government are going to support freelancers and the self-employed, because they are desperately worried.
Well, my honourable and gallant friend is right to raise that. I mean, we have changed the rules in terms of access to ESA and sick pay. He's right. It will obviously depend on individual circumstances. We've also released funds to local authorities in terms of hardship relief. And further advice on that will be given tomorrow by the local government department.
Stephen Timms.
Mr Speaker, I very much agree with the proposals just made by the Right Honourable Member for Chingford and Woodford Green. I think it's particularly important that the advances paid to people claiming universal credit become non-repayable for those affected by the crisis. He's mentioned the suspension of the minimum income floor for self-employed people. That was a welcome announcement that the Chancellor made in the budget, but it appears only to relate to people directly affected by COVID-19, whereas many of those suffering at the moment are not themselves ill, but they're affected by the wider changes in the economy. So will he confirm that that lifting of the minimum income floor will apply also to those not directly affected? Will the employment support package, and I'm glad the government is working on this, will we know the details of that before this weekend?
Yes.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for his questions, and he makes some specific points about essentially the consequential effects of different groups of employees who are affected. I can't comment on the details of that, and with respect to the timing of the employment support announcement, we are working on it as quickly as we can. There's no timetable in terms of a date being specified, because we've got to get it right, and we're doing it as urgently as we possibly can. I can't tell him that moment at this point.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I commend my Right Honourable Friend for Tunbridge Wells for his urgent question and endorse absolutely everything he said, that those of us who are not in the engine room of government are being told by our constituents that, welcome as Tuesday's package was, it's simply not going to be enough. And when you've got diehards like my Right Honourable Friend for Wokingham and Alistair Heath of the Daily Telegraph lining up for far more radical measures than the government has yet announced, the government must take note. And can I urge the government to say something today to give people assurance that the help will come?
I thank the Right Honourable Friend for his observations. He's absolutely right. There's no sense that the government is saying that what we've announced is the last announcement we're going to make. It's just a question of actually making sure that when we announce it, it will be effective in meeting the needs that we know exist. We, of all across the House, will be inundated with emails from concerned individuals and businesses. And we are taking that on board and acting as swiftly as we can. And the points that have been raised today are directly informing the nature of the response that we're going to make.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that this is really very difficult for the government. I'm very sympathetic to that. But I think this is about real people's lives. Yes. And I think the Treasury's natural approach of being cautious and wanting to stress test everything is not appropriate in these circumstances. And not being able to say when what the Right Honourable Member for Chingford suggested, really good ideas, why can they not just be implemented today? Yes.
Well, I understand the frustration of the Honourable Lady. It's totally reasonable for members of this House to be extremely concerned in the absence of the announcement. But it would be even worse, I would suggest, if we made ad hoc announcements that where different government departments weren't quite ready to implement those effectively. We are talking about an unprecedented crisis, and therefore we will need to take unprecedented measures. But it's important that we do that as swiftly as possible, but it's also important we do it as effectively as possible.
Nicky Aitken.
I thank my right honourable friend for his recent announcements, and I absolutely understand this is unprecedented times that we live in. In my constituency of the cities of London and Westminster, obviously hospitality and hotels are a huge employer. Is there any scope for the ability to suspend NI contributions, which would really help many of the chains and particularly the smaller hotels? I know that from speaking to the Goring Hotel this week, they are very, very concerned, and they are now offering their hotel to the government for any help that it needs for hospitals or for other employees. But NI would be, contributions would be suspended, would be great.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her suggestions. Obviously, we've made a specific package of interventions available on the retail, leisure and hospitality sector. We've also got the grant facility at a high level for those sectors. She makes a reasonable point, and we will look at it and are looking at it very carefully.
Sarah Olney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was here on Tuesday night when the Chancellor made his statement, and there can be no doubt what the attitude of the House was at that time, that the package of loans and other measures announced by the Chancellor on that occasion would not be sufficient. It wouldn't be sufficient for those who are relying on benefits. It wouldn't be sufficient for those who were already finding themselves out of work. It wouldn't be sufficient for the self-employed. And here we are 2 days later, and the Minister is telling us that there simply hasn't been time to consider these things. This is urgent, and we really, really must have action now. Why is it taking so long?
Well, every day, ministers across all departments are working on different aspects of the package. So yesterday, my right honourable friend, the local government secretary, brought forward some measures with respect to renters. We've also got the relief, the 3-month relief for mortgage holders where they need it, and for buy-to-let mortgage holders. There are more work being done urgently to give clarity on the elements that members of the House are raising. But as I said earlier, it is a question of making sure that when these are announced, they are going to be effective to deal and can be delivered efficiently.
Peter Aldous.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The feedback that I am receiving is that many businesses will have difficulty in accessing government loans due to restrictions they have in granting additional security to a new lender. With that in mind, can I urge the government to support payroll costs far more directly, as other European governments are doing, and this is the way to avoid large-scale redundancies?
Well, the honourable gentleman refers to the loans. I was meeting with the banks last night to make sure that these loans are accessible, and the criteria for issuing them is based on their solvency prior to this crisis arising. It's absolutely clear that the banks see that they have a massive responsibility to make this scheme work. That term sheet is being finalised. It may already have been finalised this morning, and they're now working on making sure that through all their call centres and branches that will be available. He makes a suggestion of a supplementary measure, and we are looking at these things very carefully too.
My constituent works in a residential home for adults with learning disabilities. Her son's school will be closed from Monday. She doesn't know whether she's considered a key worker, and even if she is, as it seems obvious, her son has respiratory problems, so she's uncertain whether she wants to send him to school. Her employers say she won't be paid and isn't even entitled to statutory sick pay if she can't come into work due to childcare. What should she do? And where is the clear advice and guidance? And where is a helpline for the thousands of other constituents of mine and every single member in this House? Where can they get answers? Because they are so worried.
The honourable lady makes a very reasonable point around the concerns that are being raised, and that's why the Cabinet Office will be giving further advice today on key workers and the support that will be given. I recognise that yesterday's announcement on schools will be a significant disruption to the lives of many of our citizens, and it's very important that we put in place urgently clarity over who's involved and who's designated in those categories and the support that will be available. I will make sure that her point, reflecting that of many, I'm sure, gets to the Cabinet Office after this session.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the suggestions of my right honourable friend for Chingford and Woodford Green can be implemented so speedily, will the Minister undertake immediately after this session to try and get an answer on whether or not they should be implemented?
I thank my right honourable friend for his question. Of course I will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The very essence of the hospitality industry is to provide social contact. Does the Minister understand the real anger of many in that industry who are annoyed that the government has given advice to their customers but not to them? If the government believes premises should close, it should say so, and it should accept the consequences of paying people whose idleness is enforced because of a contribution to a public health emergency. And what is so hard to understand is that the system for doing that is staring the government in the face. It already exists. It is called Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs. It is a system for taking money out of wage packets every month and giving it to the government, and now it should be put into reverse and put money into the pockets of those employees.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. He's absolutely right to express the deep frustration of people in that sector, and I'm sure across the House his words resonate. We have put in resources for 2,000 people to be able to take calls for bespoke solutions from HMRC to deal with some of those particular issues. He's right to say there is also an issue in terms of insurance and access to insurance. I've certainly, I met with, I was on a conference call with the insurance industry to clarify that those where that insurance has taken place has been taken out, that will now be effective. But he's perfectly right to say that there is more work that needs to be done, and I'd be very clear that more will be forthcoming imminently.
John Morrison.
I thank the Minister for the measures that he's already taken to help the self-employed, but in my constituency in Beaconsfield, we have the highest number of self-employed in the country. And would the Minister be able to elaborate on what tax incentives or tax advice or support can be given to the self-employed during this time, particularly over April and the end of the financial year?
Well, as I said to the honourable gentleman, they do have access to an HMRC support line that is properly manned and up and running, and that should give them bespoke support for their circumstances. And there are the package of other measures that I've referred to and the Chancellor announced a few days ago.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Charities like Faith in Families in my constituency in Swansea are really nervous. They're not going to be able to pay their wages. Without the staff, they can't deliver the projects which they're applying for funding for, which are food and childcare facilities in very deprived areas. It's necessary now. It will become essential in the future. What can the government do to help these charities?
The honourable lady is absolutely right with respect to the role that charities play across our communities, binding communities together, working closely with local authorities. And my colleague in the Department for Local Government is working on these matters, and we will bring further announcements shortly.
Tobias, Mr. Speaker, can I echo the calls for urgent support for British tourism, something I know he'll be familiar with in his own constituency. In the Bournemouth area, tourism is worth over £1 billion and directly employs 17,000 people. I've received a letter from David Bailey, who's chair of the Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Destination Management Board, who talks about layoffs happening right now as we speak, affecting business, the future of businesses. He says, rather than handing out benefit claims, would it not be better for the government to actually provide those salaries immediately? That would mean the industry can retain the skills that would be needed to spearhead the economic recovery and reduce the number of businesses that cease to trade. Will the government consider this?
My right honourable friend makes some very reasonable points about the tourism sector just down the road from me in Salisbury, and the issue of what we do to support sectors that are most affected by directly and so immediately by the action that we've had to take will be at the top of our minds as we examine what employment support to put in place.
Clive Efford.
What is hard to understand is how, after 6.5 weeks, when we knew we might reach this stage, that the government has got no idea what it's going to do to pay the wages of those people who are being laid off. There's a whole tranche of people who are going to be laid off now. There will be more industries that will lay people off next week and the week after. If the government doesn't act now, it won't be able to retrieve the situation. How have we got to this point where the government hasn't got a clue?
Well, I accept the frustration of the honourable gentleman, but I have to say to characterise the government's situation as not having a clue, I think does misrepresent it considerably. There are a large number of issues that we need to examine, that we are doing so at pace. And we will be making further announcements to address the issues that have been raised in this House today. We have sequentially done more by the day, reflecting the evolving nature of this crisis and the steps that we had to take based on health and scientific advice. I understand the honourable gentleman is not happy with the government's announcements so far, but there will be more that will be coming.
Blackman.
Pubs, clubs, restaurants and other retail outlets will be considering this weekend whether to close on an almost permanent basis. The people employed in those places will have an uncertain future. Now, most of them are relatively young, mobile and able to offer help and assistance to the weak and vulnerable. So could we not have a position whereby loans are guaranteed to those outlets on the condition that people are continued to be paid, and they then become a volunteer force to help the weak and vulnerable at this time of crisis?
As ever, my honourable friend makes a sensible suggestion. I will look very carefully at that.
Nick Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do wish government ministers would stop using hyperbole like whatever it takes when it doesn't follow through sufficiently quickly. So will the government extend SSP to support all workers and pay it at the rate of the real living wage straight away?
The government will do whatever it takes, but we also want to make sure that when we do it, it will be effective. He makes a specific point there about statutory sick pay, and the government will be bringing forward a package of measures in due course.
Many of the just about managing aren't managing, and in the next few days there'll be many more. The last thing we need at this time is an over-engineered new system. As a humble backbencher, I have heard many good ideas in the Chamber this morning, in particular from Right Honourable Members from Chingford, Tunbridge Wells and East Ham. If these three honourable members aren't in number 11 for a meeting later today, I'd be really disappointed. We have the architect of universal credit in the Chamber who's given the government the answer to its problem. Please, can we get a move on?
I take the challenge from my honourable friend in the spirit it's intended. There's no sense that the Treasury is trying to over-engineer anything. We are not trying to restrain spending for the sake of restraining spending. What we want to do is bring forward an effective package of measures that meet the needs of the most vulnerable effectively. He makes the reasonable point that a number of colleagues of great seniority have raised significant points of interest, and I will ensure that their contributions are heard at the heart of this process today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dental practices are at a very high risk of spreading coronavirus. Yet there was nothing in the financial package on Tuesday for dental practices, which means that they have to stay open, which means there's an increased risk of spreading coronavirus. So will the government give assurances that fixed-price dental costs are covered by the government, so they can close and only provide urgent care?
The gentleman makes an interesting point. I shall take it back to my colleagues in the Department of Health and Social Care and see what can be done.
Mark Pritchard. Many of the government schemes have to be delivered through retail banks, which means people and businesses calling call centres already overloaded and going into retail branches where they exist and where perhaps they might restrict hours over the coming days. Most banks and most large private sector companies in this country that rely on some phone contact have resilience and contingency places dotted around the country which have pop-up call centres in times of crisis. Could the government deploy those in making sure desperate, immediate need calls from businesses and individuals are dealt with as quickly as possible?
The honourable gentleman makes a very good point with respect to the resilience required in banks at this time. That's something I discussed with the heads of the banks last night and over the previous 2 days. We need to make sure that the terms of these loans are effective in terms of allowing people to access them swiftly, and we need to make sure that the banks are able to ramp up the accessibility of their specialist advisors, and I'm being given assurances that that is going to be in place.
Mr. Speaker, so many of my constituents are caught up in this, like with other honourable members, and I have constituents who have no recourse to public funds, so when they're unable to work, they cannot claim benefits. I have many freelancers and people who are self-employed or running small businesses. None of the packages that the government has announced help them so far. And the Minister has had to be dragged here for an urgent question and has nothing that he can say that will comfort our constituents. I think we all recognise it's difficult. Could he not even give us a clue about the general direction of thinking in government? Will he raise the local housing allowance? Will they make sure that no recourse to public funds get funded? And will they stop this ridiculous loan system, which will never get paid back? Businesses will go bankrupt before paying it, and they're laying off staff now.
The honourable lady raises a number of sensible points. We are looking at many of them, and I want to just reassure her that we will be bringing further announcements very soon. And yes, we are looking at the ideas that have been raised in this. We are looking at other jurisdictions, but we have, in some cases, a very different set of processes and IT systems behind some of these different government department distribution mechanisms. I know that's very technical, but the bottom line is we need to make sure that when we bring something forward, it delivers.
Mr. Speaker, I support strongly the ideas
on the universal employment retention package put forward by several right honourable friends here, and I hope the government takes it on board to prevent a health crisis becoming an economic disaster. In addition, briefly, rateable value capped at 51,000 is too low for medium-sized tourist employers like the Seaview Hotel. Secondly, we need clarity in the system because my Chamber of Commerce still does not know how to apply. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, we need a package for the voluntary sector. West White Sports Centre, world-leading UK Sailing Academy are major employers in my patch. So we either need a voluntary sector package or we need a universal employment retention programme. Thank you.
I thank my honourable friend for his points. He raises a number of interesting ideas there. He's absolutely right with respect to the voluntary sector needing support. As I've indicated in earlier responses, there will be a package coming and different departments are working together to make this as effective and as comprehensive as possible. His particular constituency has a number of issues in terms of the hospitality and leisure sector on the Isle of Wight, and I'm very aware of the representations he's been making to government over the previous few days.
Leicesterson.
Bringing people into rent or mortgage arrears or asking businesses to take on debt are not the answers. They're just going to make the crisis worse. And longer, thank you. Every business, every employee, every self-employed person, everyone in the third sector needs to know their living costs will be covered. The government needs to show the urgency that he talks about. They need to show it today. Will the Chancellor come back today, make a statement of how they are going to deliver this?
The honourable gentleman is perfectly right that we need to have a comprehensive package that deals with businesses, the voluntary sector and individual employees of different categories. And we are looking very carefully at the best way to do that in addition to the significant package of measures that we've brought forward. I feel his frustration. I'm going to take all of these points back and make sure that they are addressed.
Richard Graham.
Mr. Speaker, the greatest difficulty for the government in this fast deteriorating situation of no one's making is the speed of response. And my worry is that the business interruption loans package will be too clunky for most small and medium-sized businesses, and the cash grants will take too long to get to them before decisions are made about jobs. So will you look closely at the recommendations by our right honourable friend, the member for Tunbridge Wells, because if that is put in place, then some of the recommendations made by the right honourable member for Chingford and Woodford Green on universal credit would not be so important.
I note the point my honourable friend makes with respect to the clunkiness of existing measures, and obviously we are looking at the point raised by my right honourable friend, the member for Tunbridge Wells. He refers to the loans in terms of their accessibility. The nature of the government guarantee to the banks through the British Business Bank is to provide a massive incentive to make sure that these loans are made available to solvent businesses as quickly as possible. But I hear his concerns and they are reflected in the design and the conversations we're having with the banks now.
Patrick Brady.
Speaker, does the Minister not understand that a universal minimum income guarantee does exactly what it says on the tin? It will provide that minimum level playing field for tenants and their landlords, for business owners and their employees. It provides everyone with a minimum level of assurance so that they can have some certainty in this time of uncertainty.
Yes, I recognise the provisions of a universal minimum income guarantee. We're looking at it, we're looking at a number of options, and we'll bring forward a response as quickly as we can.
Mr. Speaker, I, like many other members of this House, have been fielding calls from businesses for the last 10 days who are sitting on the line, on the wire, wondering whether or not their future is safeguarded. Has the Minister looked at the possibility of doing a VAT rebate to see whether or not those businesses who are desperately trying to hold on to their employees to make sure that they have a future? Can he please look at that, and can he please also ensure that we actually have greater clarification of whether or not pubs are open or closed, because this is causing much greater distress than it needs to?
The honourable gentleman makes a reasonable point about the hospitality sector, and he makes a very credible suggestion with respect to VAT. We are looking across the benefit system and the tax system at the optimisation of interventions to support the most vulnerable and most affected at this time, and to give reassurance to the country as a whole. And we will urgently bring forward measures to address the concerns that he's raised.
Come on, Jones.
Individuals are losing their jobs now. They're in desperate plea now. People like Andrew Brown, a freelance graphic designer in my constituency, who contacted me this morning. Business overnight has folded. He can't apply for any grants because he works from home. So what does he do in that situation? And can I also say to the Minister, he talks about the great package that was announced the other night. Councils have still not got the guidance to get that money out to businesses. So can I urge him to get that out as a matter of urgency? Because I've been told this morning by Durham County Council it will not be available until the weekend. And that's too late.
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his points. I accept the need to give urgent advice through DHCLG. My understanding is that that advice will be coming tomorrow. But I understand the frustration that the House feels, and we are all receiving emails from constituents who are in a state of great anxiety. The government is working, we are working as collectively as hard as we can to come up with the right package as soon as possible.
Just tell the House we're going to really have to speed up. Rob Butler.
Mr Speaker, there are more micro businesses in Buckinghamshire than any other county in the country. I pay tribute to Bucks Business First, which is working extremely hard to try to support them. But can I urge my honourable friend to take the unique needs of micro businesses into account in the measures he's developing?
The honourable gentleman makes an absolutely reasonable point with respect to the nature of the businesses across his constituency, and we need to make sure that we have an effective intervention for all workers.
Deirdre Brott.
Speaker, our farmers, crofters and fishers are crucially producing our food at this time, but this situation has rocked these sectors to their very foundations. Can you outline, please, what specific considerations are being made of possible support for those sectors so they can continue that vitally important work?
Well, the honourable lady will know that there are a large number of the grants and loan schemes that will be accessible to all sectors, and grants from the local authority. There is comprehensive advice went out to all colleagues last night setting out all of that information, and there will be further announcements. In terms of sector-specific issues, they are best addressed through DEFRA, but I hope that the announcements we've made will give some interim comfort to her constituents at this very difficult time.
Matt Weston.
I'm afraid across the chamber it's quite evident that the government has lost the support and confidence, and that's echoed by the markets. We've seen a 5% drop in sterling, which will translate into higher food prices and higher energy prices for already hard-pressed for households. In Warwick and Leamington, we're losing jobs and we're losing good businesses. Will he not support the comments made by the member for Chingford and Woodford Green, and also for Tunbridge Wells, sorry, and introduce some form of universal income support to restore both the supply and demand side?
I acknowledge the points which I think I've responded to previously on the minimum income guarantee. I just wanted to say something in terms of the coordination with the Bank of England. We have worked with the FCA to bring better forbearance measures for the banks so that they can act effectively and use the flexibilities that they have. And obviously, the bridging facility that the Bank of England has brought forward for bigger business is also very important at this time.
Will the Minister assure us that the package measures the government intends to bring forward will offer support to the self-employed, the sole traders and the freelancers who may not themselves be ill but may have already lost work due to the economic disruption of COVID-19?
I can confirm to the honourable gentleman that we're looking at the most comprehensive package that we can bring forward that deals with all sectors and all categories. We want this to be effective to deal with the reality of the challenges that our country faces.
Very specific question with the Minister. Childminders and childcare providers in my constituency tell me that although they have insurance, if they have to close their businesses as a result of a notifiable disease, which clearly COVID-19 now is, insurance companies are saying because it doesn't appear on the list of notifiable diseases, they will not provide the cover. Could the Minister take that up urgently with the industry?
I have taken it up with the industry urgently. businesses take out business relief, and then about 10% of them take out insurance for non-specified. About 5% take out for non-specified diseases and 5% for specified diseases. Now, what we've done is make sure that for those that have taken out the specified diseases, this will be triggered by the government's announcement this week, and then the other package of measures will support those businesses who don't have that insurance. We can't retrofit contractual obligations to insurance companies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is a decent man, but can I tell him there is a feeling across the chamber that Treasury Ministers and Chancellor in particular find it difficult to empathise really with the situation people find themselves in and don't really speak human very well in this situation. So can I appeal to ministers to show a bit more understanding of the predicament facing people who are freelancers, who are self-employed, who've lost all their work now, and perhaps take on board simple ideas like the member for Tunbridge Wells idea, reverse the polarity. It works usually.
Well, I'm sorry that the honourable gentleman wishes to sort of criticise the tone of my response. I am very clear. This is an unprecedented crisis. The government have made a series of announcements, and we will be making further announcements. A range of sensible suggestions have been made, many of which we are already examining very urgently. In response to specific questions about technical matters, I've had to use quite complex, unfamiliar constructions. If I don't do it that way, I won't have answered the question. If I speak with too many sound bites, I'll be criticised in another way. We will do everything we can to take on board these questions that have been raised today, to come forward with a comprehensive package that all of our constituents will see as effective.
Cooper. I asked the government 10 days ago if they would guarantee the wages, rents and business rates of small businesses. The measures that have been announced are riddled with problems. Businesses in St Albans tell me that they do not qualify for secured loans, they do not qualify for the loans of up to £25,000, and they are being told that the business interruption insurance will only be payable after an event when the insurance company can see how much they have lost. This is not good enough. Businesses are saying HMRC must be used, not the benefit system. We need grants, not loans, and wages for all must be guaranteed, and guaranteed today.
Well, I won't reiterate some of the responses I've given in the interest of time, but on the specific insurance point, I'm very happy to look at that as a responsible minister and see what I can do.
Kerry McCarthy.
Can I ask about people using registered childminders who now won't be able to do so? Quite understandably, the childminders are still asking for the fees because otherwise they'd be short. But you've got people who now can't go to work because they've got to look after their children. But if they're self-employed themselves, they can't get money either. What support is available to help them?
The government's very aware of that particular category, and we are looking very carefully at what we can do, and an urgent announcements will be made with respect to that issue.
John Morrow.
Can I say to the Minister as constructively as possible that his government's economic response is undermining the public health response? Job losses are contagious. Fear of economic hardship will spread the virus. The technical details can wait, but he needs to say now today that the principle that he will guarantee the incomes of everyone at a level that provides security.
We will do what it takes to support workers who are in distress. We have brought forward a package of measures, some of which will be imminently delivered, like the unprecedented loan scheme. And then we have also added a number of grant schemes available through local authorities and reliefs from business rates, and additional measures will be coming imminently.
Mr. Speaker, the Links Market is the largest street fair in Europe and has been happening every spring for the last 700 years in Kirkcaldy. Unfortunately, as a result of coronavirus, the Scottish section of the Showman's Guild of Great Britain have had to take the reluctant decision to postpone the event this year. That's going to cause significant hardship for their members. It's also going to have a significant impact on the local economy because of all of the visitors that come at that time. Can the Minister tell us what support will be available to them to get them through this difficult time and preserve their important fare.
The honourable gentleman highlights an example of many colleagues are going to experience where events that have been planned and have been going on for many, many decades will be cancelled as a result of what's happening. The package of measures that we've announced will be accessible to many of those people. The specific sectors that are involved will sometimes have sector-specific packages where there's been a direct effect as a consequence of government decisions, and a broader package with respect to employees is something that we're urgently working on.
Hang on, Deborah.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the Minister will have heard that cross-party consensus here. If the member for Harwich and North Essex and I are in complete agreement on something, something's happening. So on behalf of the 130,000 people of Bristol West, can I plead with him that he will take every single one of these suggestions straight back to the Treasury and put them into practice today, please?
We are working to absorb all ideas that can be actioned, and she can absolutely take my assurance that all ideas from across the House. Now, I brought forward legislation previously in this House building a cross-party consensus, and we would seek to do so on this too.
Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is very keen to point out that he understands the frustration of members and their constituents. Can I assist him by pointing out it's no longer frustration, it's desperation. What we need is not loans, it's grants. Businesses in Angus are asking me why they should take out a loan to provide incomes for people who cannot work through no fault of their own. That looks dangerously like welfare, and delivering welfare is the responsibility of government. When will government deliver?
I understand the use of the word desperation. I recognise that, and that's why we're working urgently to have a package of measures and extend that package of measures. So there are a range of options to businesses of different size at different situations based on their sector and the risks that they face.
Last but certainly never the least, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just on the news has been confirmed that the first coronavirus death has been confirmed in Northern Ireland. So we wish through this House to convey to that family, and probably everyone here would do the same, our commiserations at this time. I've been contacted by people on 0 hours contracts who normally work 45 hours per week, but have been told that there's now no work for them until further notice. He is a school bus driver. Does the employer in this case not have an obligation to pay his wage and that of others who are in the same boat? What is the Minister's message to help for this employee?
Well, I'd be very happy to look at that individual circumstance. We have made interventions with respect to advances of ESA and removing the minimum income floor. It's absolutely clear that we will need to do more to support employees who have been specifically affected by the tough decisions that we've taken. I'm very sorry to hear of the death of one of his constituents, or the first one from Northern Ireland.
We now come to the ministerial statement, the publication of the Windrush Lessons Learned Review. I now call the Secretary of State for the Home Department, Right Honourable Priti Patel.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a statement on the long-awaited Windrush Lessons Learned Review. I dedicate this statement today to the Windrush generation. I have been personally deeply moved by reading this report, and given the national significance of this issue, I have published this review immediately. And I want to thank Wendy Williams and her team for the important work they have undertaken. Mr. Speaker, the Windrush Lessons Learned Review gives voice to members of the Windrush generation who arrived legally to the UK to help rebuild post-war Britain. These are the men and women who built their lives and their home in Britain. These are the people who've done so much for this country, from staffing the NHS to rebuilding Britain. These are the very people who worked hard, paid their taxes, and had every right to be in this country. They contributed to our communities, culture and society, helping our public services and our economy to thrive. They made our country stronger, more vibrant and more successful as a nation. Which is why we were all shocked to discover that they and their families were subject to such insensitive treatment by the very country that they called home. Mr. Speaker, as this review makes clear, some members of this generation suffered terrible injustices, spurred by institutional failings spanning successive governments over several decades, including ignorance and thoughtlessness towards the race and the history of the Windrush generation. Today's publication is part of an ongoing mission to put this right and to ensure events like this can never happen again, as there were far too many victims of Windrush. Paulette Wilson was detained in an immigration removal centre and warned she faced removal after living in the UK for 50 years. She spent decades contributing to the UK, working for a time in this very house, and yet she was treated like a second-class citizen. Junior Green had been in the UK for more than 60 years, raising children and grandchildren here. But after a holiday to Jamaica, he was refused re-entry despite holding a passport confirming his right to be in the UK. The injustice that he suffered was compounded when, because of this action, he missed his mother's funeral. Lives were ruined and families were torn apart. And now an independent review has suggested that the Home Office's institutional ignorance and thoughtlessness towards the issue of race and the history of the Windrush generation contributed to this. This is simply unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, I have heard people speak of decision-making as a process that grinds people down to the extent that it makes you want to give up. I have heard people speak of being dismissed, labelled as a group of people who just didn't matter, and whose voice on this issue was irrelevant. People have spoken to me about the indignity and the inhumanity they still feel today by the experience of being made to feel unwelcome in their own country. They have described their experiences as unthinkable and unimaginable. However, Mr. Speaker, there are people across the UK, and even some members of this House, including myself and the Shadow Home Secretary, for whom this is unfortunately all too relatable. There are lessons to learn from the Home Office, but also society as a whole. Despite the diverse and open nature of our country, too many people still feel that they may be treated differently because of who they are or where their parents came from. And today's report, which suggests that in the Home Office there was an institutional ignorance and thoughtlessness towards the issue of race and the history of the Windrush generation, is worrying for us all. In her report, Wendy Williams is clear that lessons must be learned at all levels and by all political parties. She describes a set of measures that evolved under Labour, Coalition and Conservative governments. These measures cover decades. She states that ministers did not sufficiently question unintended consequences and that officials should and could have done more. But we must all look to ourselves. We must all do better at walking in other people's shoes. We must all take responsibility for the failings that led to the unimaginable suffering of this generation. And let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing that I can say today which will undo the pain, the suffering, and the misery inflicted upon the Windrush generation. What I can do is say that on behalf of this and successive governments, I am truly sorry for the actions that spanned decades, and I'm sorry that people's trust has been betrayed. And we will continue to do everything possible to ensure that the Home Office protects, supports and listens to every single part of the community it serves. And Mr. Speaker, action has already begun. In recent months, I have met and listened to people whose lives were shattered. Since 2018, we have launched measures to put right the wrongs caused to individual members of the Windrush generation. We have taken action through practical measures to give those who were affected the assistance, certainty, reassurance and the support that they need. The Commonwealth Citizens Task Force goes into communities to help and support people secure their legal status. Over 11,700 people have been granted a form of documentation that confirms their right to remain in the UK and guarantee their access to public services. Our Vulnerable Persons team has provided support to nearly 1,400 people, with approximately 120 people still receiving support. The team has supported over 360 people to secure access to benefits. And to go some way in addressing the hardships suffered, the Home Office launched the Windrush Compensation Scheme. The scheme was designed in close consultation with members of the community and with Martin Ford QC. Collectively, they have developed a compensation scheme that is straightforward to use, address the bespoke and personal circumstances and the needs of every applicant, with dedicated caseworkers assessing claims as quickly as possible. There is no cap on payments, dozens of which have already been made, and we encourage more applications. Those who are eligible will receive full compensation. Over 100 community events have taken place so far, and this includes more than 30 compensation scheme events across the country, from Southampton to Glasgow, Cardiff to Coventry. But there are still people out there in need of our help who we have not yet reached. And that is why, in February, I extended the length of the compensation scheme by a further 2 years so that claims can be submitted until April 2023. I set up the Windrush Stakeholder Advisory Group to rebuild links with communities to ensure they are supported through compensation, but also to rebuild the trust that has been broken. And today, I can confirm that we will launch an expanded cross-government Windrush working group to develop programmes to improve the lives of those affected. That may be through employment support programmes, dedicated mental health support, and specialist education and training schemes. And to make sure that people know about the task force and the Windrush Compensation Scheme, we will have a dedicated communications campaign promoting this scheme. We will also open a £500,000 fund for grassroots organisations to promote these schemes, including provisions for specialist advice services. I would like to extend my personal thanks to Martin Ford QC for his support with the creation of the scheme. Mr. Speaker, I also want to put on record my thanks to my predecessors, my right honourable friends, the members for Bromsgrove and Maidenhead, and the former member for Hastings and Rye, who worked hard to understand and undo the sufferings when these issues first came to light. And to other members of this House, including the members for Tottenham and Normanton, Pomfret and Castleford, who shone a necessary light on this injustice. I also want to thank the thousands of civil servants at the Home Office and across government who work tirelessly every single day in challenging and demanding jobs to keep the public and our country safe. Whether on the front line or working to develop policies for the future, their commitment to create a safer country for us all is commendable. Since these injustices were brought to light, civil servants have used every endeavour to right the wrongs, giving people their correct status and supporting them in their financial compensation claims. However, it would be wrong for the department to ignore Wendy Williams' finding that the Home Office's institutional ignorance and thoughtlessness towards the issue of race and the history of the Windrush generation contributed to this. This is not something that can be resolved with an apology or compensation. I will review the recommendations Wendy Williams makes in relation to the way the Home Office operates as an organisation. I will continue to look closely at its leadership, culture, practices, and the way it views the communities it serves. Over coming months, myself and Matthew Rycroft, the new Permanent Secretary and the second Permanent Secretary, will work together with our dedicated staff at all levels to reflect on the recommendations, including those relating to compliant environment policies and cultural change. Fundamentally, I want to make the Home Office a better place to work. This will include a clarification of the department's purpose, mission and values, putting at its heart fairness, dignity and respect. We will put people before process. Mr. Speaker, the publication of this review is a small but a vital step towards ensuring the Home Office is trusted by all of the people it serves. I would encourage anyone who thinks they have been affected by the Windrush scandal or require support or assistance to come forward. I will bring forward a detailed formal response in the next 6 months, as Wendy Williams has recommended, representing a new chapter for the Home Office. And let me assure this House that everyone at the Home Office will be asking the difficult questions needed to ensure that these circumstances can never arise again. I commend this statement to the House.
Secretary, the Right Honourable Diane Abbott.
Mr. Speaker, we meet as a House of Commons at a time of unprecedented national crisis, a national crisis which none of us have seen before in our lifetime. But I'm sure the Home Secretary will agree with me that we shouldn't allow the fact that the review has been published at a time of national crisis to mean that the review and its recommendations are buried. The Windrush generation deserve better than that. As the Home Secretary will know, the recommendations in this review have 3 main elements: that the Home Office must acknowledge the wrong which has been done, that it must open itself up to external scrutiny, and it must change its culture to recognise that migration and wider Home Office policy is about people. And whatever the objective, it should always be rooted in humanity. The Home Secretary will be aware that one of the things that the review points out, and I'm quoting here, some ministers and senior officials spoken to in the course of the review do not appear to accept the full extent of the injustice done to the Windrush generation. They say the situation was unforeseen, unforeseeable, and therefore unavoidable. There's more than one member of this House who foresaw the consequences of some of this hostile environment legislation years ago. But the review goes on to say other ministers and senior officials have expressed the view that the responsibility really lay with the Windrush generation themselves to sort out their status. Will the Home Secretary agree with me that whichever politicians, whichever officials said those things, and Wendy Williams quotes them in the review, they were disgraceful things to say? The review has many important and detailed recommendations, and I can't touch on all of them, but I want to draw the Home Secretary's attention to a few. The review wants the Department to publish a comprehensive improvement plan within 6 months of this report. Is the Home Secretary willing to assure the House there will be a comprehensive improvement plan? The review is asking that the Home Office should run a programme of reconciliation events with members of the Windrush generation. Does the Home Secretary commit to that? The review very importantly says the Home Office must look beyond the Caribbean, because persons from all over the Commonwealth who came to this country at that time would have been caught up in the same issues that the Windrush generation were caught up in. And in fact, persons from the Caribbean are as anxious as anybody that persons from other parts of the Commonwealth, Africa, South Asia, also get the fairness and the justice they deserve. So is the Home Secretary willing to commit to reviewing data on other Commonwealth cases as well as the Caribbean nations? Is the Home Secretary willing to commit to commission officials to undertake a full review and evaluation of the hostile compliant environment policy and the measures individually and serially? This full review should assess whether they were effective, whether they were proportionate, and given the risks inherent in the policy set out in this report, This review must be carried out scrupulously, designed in partnership with external experts and published in a timely way. Sadly, the Home Secretary didn't feel able to share a copy of the review with the opposition front bench. I've never been in this situation before where a Home Secretary brought forward a major report of this kind and didn't want to share it with the opposition front bench. Obviously, under complete privacy discretion. As it happens, I had to go into the Home Secretary's office in Parliament to obtain this copy. It is almost as if the Home Secretary didn't want full parliamentary scrutiny. But let me say this in conclusion. This is a detailed report which deserves detailed scrutiny. It is coming forward at a very difficult time for the nation as a whole. But on this side of the House, we will be coming back to the issues raised in this report, because the Windrush scandal wasn't just a mistake. It wasn't just something that happened because people didn't read the rules properly. It was rooted, as Wendy Williams points out, in the systemic culture of the Home Office and the failure of ministers to listen to the warnings they were given about what could be the effects of the hostile environment on people perfectly legally entitled to be here. So I have heard her apology, but people will believe her apology when they see her genuinely seek to implement the recommendations in this review. My mother was a member of the Windrush generation. So I know one of the aspects of the Windrush generation was they really believed they were British. They had no reason not to believe they were British when they came here with their passport, UK and colonies. And for the Windrush generation, let me assure the Home Secretary of this, it isn't necessarily the money or the loss or the inconvenience or even the tragedy of being deported. It's the insult to people who always believed they were British, who came here to rebuild this country, but because of the insensitivity and the structural issues in the Home Office were treated in an utterly disgraceful and humiliating way. The Home Secretary should be assured that we will return to these issues until the Windrush generation gets the justice to which it is entitled.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, if I may say so, in response to the Honourable Lady's point about the publication of the review, this is an independent review. I received a copy of this yesterday from Wendy Williams, and I have, through all the due process in the House, Mr. Speaker, laid the review this morning in a timely way in the vote office through all the procedural routes that aren't normal to this House. So I know the Honourable Lady came to my office and picked up a copy, but they were also available earlier on this morning. They were, and we checked that. We checked that myself, and as she knows, I also gave her sight of my status, the copy of the statement earlier on prior to coming to the Chamber. Mr. Speaker, I have made a commitment to publish this report as soon as it was possible. It came to me yesterday, and I've done that primarily because of the nature and the response and the concerns that this House has consistently and rightly raised when it comes to the Windrush generation. That, in my view, was the right thing to do, and I would not have been able to publish this review any earlier, because obviously it came to me from Wendy Williams yesterday, and the timing of the report was decided by Wendy Williams as the independent reviewer. And I discussed with her yesterday, so let me assure the Right Honourable Lady, how I will work with Wendy Williams on the recommendations going forward. And I'll be doing that over the coming months in the way in which Wendy has asked and alluded to do so in the report. And I will ensure that this issue continues to get the national prominence that it rightly deserves. And I also think on that point, Mr. Speaker, this is the time for all of us across this House now to come together to right the wrongs. I've made it clear in my statement already that not only will I review Wendy's recommendations in relation to the way the Home Office operates as an organisation, I will look closely at, yes, the leadership, the culture, the practices, the way in which it needs to put people before process. I cannot emphasise that enough, but also how we will look and review policies and cultural change going forward. That is absolutely right. That is the right thing to do. But also, I do want to emphasise that many of the measures and the recommendations and the extent of the review as well, and I'm sure when the Right Honourable Lady has the opportunity, and I no doubt she will go through the review and read it as I have done, that Wendy Williams is very clear that lessons must be learned at all levels by all political parties, and she describes a set of measures that evolved under Labour coalitions and Conservative governments, and that we should all be learning as politicians, as society, but also as members of this House.
Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I first of all associate myself with the unqualified apology which the Home Secretary has given to the Windrush generation. I have given my own apology previously, but I do so again today. This generation came here, they were British, they were here legally, they worked to build our country, and they should not have been treated in this way. And I recognise the commitment my right honourable friend has given to ensuring that the Home Office learns the lessons set out in this review. Can I draw my right honourable friend's attention to one of the elements which she referred to in her statement? But Wendy Williams in her review says a lack of insight into the community's experience did delay an understanding of the problems being faced by the Windrush generation and led to opportunities being missed to resolving cases sooner. The Home Secretary referred to the fact that too many people still feel that they may be treated differently because of who they are or where their parents came from. Against that background, will my right honourable friend agree with me that the work of the race disparity audit, which I set up when I was Prime Minister, is absolutely critical in relation to this, and not just that race disparity audit work should continue, but that every government department should act on the failings and the gaps in the public sector provision for certain communities that is highlighted by that audit.
I thank my right honourable friend for her thoughtful comment, and I do want to emphasise and echo as well very much the work that she has done previously, but also acknowledge her apology as well. My right honourable friend is absolutely right in terms of the role of the race disparity audit, and there is far too much I think that we can all take from this review, but also we should all as individuals be more than conscious and aware of not just how we engage people, but have an understanding of communities and cultures, and that should help us all and inform all decision making and policies across government going forward.
It's a welcome statement and it's a welcome start, but it's only a start because the old maxim I think applies that legislate in haste and repent at leisure. The tragedy is that the price being paid by some is significant and the actions of government have been shameful, so an apology is both right and overdue. As Justice Secretary of Scotland, I recall meeting a gentleman in his late 40s or 50s. He had left Scotland as a babe in arms and gone to Australia. All his family and friends were in Australia. He had fallen from grace, developed an alcohol problem, committed a crime and been deported. I said then that the actions of the Government of Australia were shameful, and I repeat now that I believe the behaviour and actions of the UK Government are equally shameful when they replicate that. He was Australian, despite the passport that he carries. Can I ask that the Minister ensure that those who have been deported as part of the Windrush generation, who possess a different passport than we have here in this chamber, but who are UK citizens the same as you or I, are allowed to return, and that we ensure that although those offenders from abroad who must be deported, and rightly are sent home, those who may possess a passport from Jamaica, Nigeria or wherever else, who have grown up in this country and who are UK citizens should be entitled to those rights. And equally, Can I also say that although I believe the commitment to implement the recommendations are wholehearted and sincere, it is more than just living up to the recommendations. It must be the spirit of Wendy Williams' report, and I would ask that the Government take on board those two particular points.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'd like to make a number of points to the honourable gentleman's remarks and comments. I think, first of all, he's already speak to me about not just reviewing the recommendations, but I opened my statement by saying that I've been personally deeply moved by reading the report. I would suggest that he too gives the report some consideration and looks at the many recommendations that have been made. And in particular, I've also referenced the fact that we still have work to do in terms of reaching members of the community. I have today in my statement called for other individuals who feel that they have been affected to come forward so that we can absolutely secure their status, but also provide the compensation that they may be due. But there is something more fundamental than this, Mr. Speaker. No amount of compensation or process right now can resolve the issue that has happened and the injustices that have happened. And my focus right now is fundamentally, yes, to ensure that these recommendations are reviewed and undertaken, but to work with colleagues as well, and Wendy Williams, to ensure that we do this in the right way to bring about the change that we all want to see.
Speaker, I commend my right honourable friend for the statement and for the apology she's given. The reality is that the Windrush generation, when they arrived here, were met with racism and outright hostility. And yet to be treated so badly after so many years of service to this country is an absolute disgrace and a stain on our society. Will she say a little more about what she can do to reach out to people who've been either deported or are outside this country and wish to return, and obviously are not covered at the moment by what the Home Office is doing, so that those people can also receive justice in the right way?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and he is absolutely right in the reflective remarks that he made about the citizens who came to our country legally to rebuild our nation effectively and join our public services. Of course, that was a generation for many decades that experienced a great deal of hostility and overt racism in our country. And as much as our country has moved forward and progressed and changed, as I've already said, there is much that we need to do, and we must all look at ourselves. He is right to highlight as well others from other nationalities, Commonwealth countries in particular. In fact, the Shadow Home Secretary also referred to Commonwealth citizens too, who themselves were caught up very much. I know this report speaks very much about the Windrush generation, people who are originated from Caribbean communities, but there are many other as well, from Commonwealth countries too. And as part of our work that I've touched on in the, from the Home Office, the measures that we are undertaking, we will endeavour, of course, to reach out through our engagement programmes to those other individuals with different from Commonwealth countries too.
David Lammy.
Mr. Speaker, Wendy Williams' Windrush Lessons Learned review is a brutal indictment of the Home Office, which shows that it is wholly unfit for the society it's supposed to serve. The review states that the Home Office displayed institutional ignorance and thoughtlessness on race issues, which is consistent with some elements of the definition of institutional racism. The review accuses the Home Office of having a defensive culture which makes it deaf to those raising genuine concerns. Will the Home Secretary accept today in this House, as was said previously, that this was not a mistake or an accident? It was a systemic pattern of appalling behaviour rooted in a toxic internal culture and a failure of the department to understand Britain's colonial history. So will the Home Secretary commit at this dispatch box to implement every single recommendation in this review? Will she review the £62,000 that has currently been paid out to those who should be compensated by far more? And will she ensure at this dispatch box today that she will end the hostile environment that amplified and has brought this about. The report asks for contrition and genuine understanding. We will hold her to account and at her words that contrition is genuine, so we right these shameful wrongs.
I would urge the honourable gentleman to work with us all collectively to right these wrongs. I've been very clear in my statement today, not just in terms of giving an apology, an unequivocal apology, but also highlighting, as Wendy Williams has in an incredibly moving and thoughtful way, many of the issues that have led to the 30 recommendations that she has made in this review. I will come back to the House and give all the recommendations the full consideration. The honourable gentleman has heard me say I've made this commitment to Wendy Williams myself that I will work with her on reviewing the recommendations. That is the right thing to do. That is the right way in which we can prevent something like this from ever happening again. But he also asked me about the culture within the Home Office. I have been clear that I am going to review all aspects of the Home Office. I will continue to look at the leadership, the changes that we need to bring in terms of culture and policies. I've been very clear about that in my statement, and I will absolutely come back to the House with the recommendations once I work with Wendy Williams and share the details in terms of how we will proceed as a department in terms of picking up the recommendations in this Lessons Learned review.
Gareth Baker.
Speaker, my right honourable friend has disclosed that the first time she received this report was yesterday, and she published it at the earliest opportunity today. Could she also disclose when officials in the Home Office first had sight of this report?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. I received the report yesterday, and such is its importance, I have published it today. Last July, last year, Wendy Williams began the process, representation of the Maxwellisation process, where effectively those officials that have been involved and engaged in this process had not sight of the actual review or report, because obviously it's taken time for that to come together, but effectively there has been ongoing work and dialogue with key officials, former ministers, and many other interviewees that Wendy has worked with for the publication of this review, and that has taken place over a long period of time.
Yvette Cooper.
This report is deeply disturbing, but it also tells us many of the things that we've been raising concerns about since the the Windrush crisis emerged. And the result is that British citizens have been deported, been denied NHS treatment, been cost their jobs, made homeless by the actions of the British government that acts in all of our names. So all of us should be deeply ashamed of what has happened to the Windrush generation, and all of us should be determined that this should never happen again. The conclusions on racism are particularly damning. But the Home Secretary will know that consecutive Home Affairs Select Committee reports and previous committees as well have often raised many of the concerns embedded in this report about the hostile environment, about the casework culture, the culture of disbelief, about the net migration target, about a series of problems within the Home Office, and they haven't had an impact. And some of the most damning conclusions, actually, in the report, in Wendy Williams' report, are that this was foreseeable and avoidable, and also that since the Windrush crisis broke, the action that's been taken has only been dealing with the symptoms and not the causes. Will she therefore urgently agree to accept all of the recommendations about scrutiny and openness in the Home Office so that she can prove to the Parliament that she is in fact going to make the fundamental changes that are needed?
Right honourable lady, and she is right in the identification over a period of time, and the review, Wendy Williams is very clear as well, over several decades, successive governments, policies and the culture and the environment in the Home Office. I am clear I am going to review all the recommendations, and I will work with Wendy. There may be recommendations that I can proceed with sooner rather than later, and I'm committed to doing that. I'm absolutely committed to doing that. because there are structural and cultural issues at heart here, and they are so self-evident through the publication of this report. No one can sit back or just digest this report lightly or close their eyes or ears to many of the challenges and, in fact, some of the deeply moving points that have been made here. I will come to the House, but I will work absolutely vigorously with Wendy to look at every single recommendation and look at which ones we can proceed with at pace and very soon.
I aim to run this to about 12:15. Bob Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a bit surprised. Could I just say, as someone that served in the military with soldiers from the Windrush generation, we never once thought of them as anything but British, and we looked in their eyes, and the eyes that looked back were British to the bone. Thank you.
My honourable friend for his comment, and this review gives voice to people from the Windrush generation who, of course, not just arrived and came to the UK legally, but they were part of our country, they contributed to our country, our economy and our public services in an unprecedented way.
Thank you, Leah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Home Secretary has talked about, and I quote, "We will continue to do everything possible to ensure that the Home Office protects, supports and listens to every single part of the community it serves." I would commend to her the work of Councillor Carol Williams in Hackney, who is doing amazing work pulling together the community and setting a model for how that engagement could work, a model better than the Home Office. But I ask her the question about the 160,000 other Commonwealth citizens in this situation that the Public Accounts Committee rose. And while she's on her feet, could she also tell us what she's doing about people with no recourse to public funds who are part of that community she serves, who are going to be facing very difficult circumstances if they're unable to work because of COVID-19?
Well, the right honourable lady raises a number of points here. First of all, I want to thank everyone that is involved and has been involved in many of the outreach groups and the events that have taken place across the country. I've mentioned the stakeholder group in particular, something that I've set up, and I've spent a lot of time with volunteers and community activists, and their work has been remarkable and should be commended. There is much, much more that we need to do on that basis, and that equally applies to members of other Commonwealth countries. This report is very clear about that. I am very clear about that as well. I've said in my statement that we have not done enough yet to reach out to everyone, and there is a lot of work to do in terms of reaching other individuals and communities, and I repeatedly call, and in fact I have asked other colleagues and members of this House to work with us and their communities so that we can ensure that we reach the people that need that help and support. That exactly refers to the point as well about recourse to public funds. I spoke about assistance with benefit claims and things of that nature. Again, we need to identify those individuals, and there is more that we can do there collectively together. She has touched on the current crisis with COVID-19 and how we will continue to do this. That is a fair challenge to us all right now, because we will not be able to hold events in the way in which we had previously planned to. We will have much more work that takes place now, obviously through media campaigns, but through our caseworker approach, but also now through one-on-one communications, and if I may, through those individuals in her constituency, but other individuals as well that are working at the grassroots. I would like them to get in touch with me in my office, and we will absolutely work with them to create a network locally.
Joy Morrissey.
I was pleased to hear that my right honourable friend announced a fund for organisations to promote the various Windrush schemes. Can she confirm the money will be directed to grassroots organisations, and could she share the contact details for the various schemes with MPs so that we can direct our constituents appropriately?
Of course, my honourable friend is absolutely right. I have announced today that we will be opening a £500,000 fund for grassroots organisations, and this is something that, of course, all members can benefit from in terms of constituents and organisations locally to help with that outreach. I'll be publishing details shortly in terms of how we can work together. I think the House needs to come together and look at how we can make sure that we can reach out to these individuals and communities, and I will make those details available to everyone.
Home Secretary is aware of the very serious dent in trust in her department and in the government that these events have created in the community, and this explains in part why take-up of compensation so far is so low. Can I say to her that one area which is an absolute running sore is this issue of deportations, particularly of people who have spent virtually their whole lives in this country, been brought up, educated and had their values and ethical views inculcated in them in this country, serve sentences for criminal convictions in this country, and then find that there's a further penalty imposed on them which causes huge resentment if they are deported. In her review of policies, could she look again at both the policy and the practice of deportations? Because until that is addressed, I fear the community will continue to feel a very deep suspicion of her department's motives.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady touches on a fundamental issue here, which is that breach of trust. Now, from my time thus far and the time that I have spent with individuals from the Windrush generation, the advisory groups and the individuals I have spoken to, it is fundamental, and it is a fact that that breach of trust is something that will take a considerable period of time to repair. And with that, of course, there are a number of things that we will have to address. And of course, that is our engagement, our approach, but giving assurance, absolute assurance that we are there to serve them and support them in correcting their status, support them in their financial compensation claims. And that is effectively what we are doing. On top of that, I can give an assurance, as I've said already, as part of the review and the recommendations that I will be considering, I'll be reviewing the way in which the Home Office itself operates, yes, in terms of leadership and culture, but also when it comes to many of the policies as well. And I've touched on cultural change, but also the compliant environment policy too.
Speaker, has the Home Secretary ever experienced institutional racism at the Home Office?
Mr. Speaker, racism is not an issue that we should take lightly at all. And as I've said in my statement earlier on, and other members of the House can reflect upon this, there are many people, people of my own background, who leave the House every single morning knowing that they could be treated differently because of who they are or where their parents came from. And I think, Mr. Speaker, as far as I'm concerned, we have to do much more as a society and in terms of how we treat people, but also understand the causes and deal with issues of racism at every single level.
Thank you. I welcome the Home Secretary's statement today and the report. This was quite clearly the most dreadful scandal, and as she has rightly said, it was a breach of trust. Will she now reassure the House that she will do everything in her power to try to mend this breach of trust, and that she will treat the Windrush generation with the respect that they deserve?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his question and, well, the tone of his question and also the points that he makes. Everyone, and I would urge all honourable and right honourable colleagues to look at the review. It is deeply moving and it is deeply powerful in many, many ways. This gives a voice to people who felt that their voice was taken away from them. My focus is absolutely to do right in terms of the wrongs that were undertaken, and to do more than just apologise to the individuals and the communities that were affected by this, but absolutely to review the recommendations and to start and to ensure that my department, the Home Office, puts people before process.
It's very clear my right honourable friend is appalled by what she has read in the report and the compassion that she has spoken with today. And I believe fully that she will make sure that the Home Office does change. And if there's one person who can do it, I believe it is my right honourable friend. But looking at the compensation that is being offered, can she give me assurances, please, that there will be no cap on the compensation that will be awarded under the Windrush scheme?
Honourable friend is absolutely right to point to the scheme itself. I have spoken about the scheme and the way in which it works. There is no cap at all. I'm encouraging, and I again put a plea to all colleagues in the House here, to work with us if they have claimants in their constituency, to bring their cases forward. And I do want to thank colleagues who have done that in terms of not just recognising the individuals, but working with the Home Office as well, to make sure that we can absolutely ensure that those who are eligible make sure that they receive the full compensation.
Chamberlain.
Mr Speaker. This report and the Windrush scandal itself demonstrates how, under the hostile environment, people who have every right to live in the UK are far too often wrongly denied access to housing and other services, including the NHS. And now, more than ever, ensuring access to healthcare for those who need it is crucial. So in particular, it's vital that no one who needs to be either tested in relation to COVID-19 or indeed seek treatment is put off by uncertainty over their immigration status or fears that they will find themselves detained or reported as a result. So will the Home Secretary therefore guarantee that there will be absolutely no sharing of personal information from the NHS to the Home Office for immigration purposes?
Mr Speaker, I've already made it quite clear that the lessons learned must be learned at every single level from this particular review. She's raised a very important point about COVID-19, access to public services and public health. That is not an issue, as far as I'm concerned, that we will need to deal with, because when it comes to the Windrush generation and the individuals that we have been speaking about and involved in this particular review, they will be able to access the public services and the public funds in the way in which I've spoken about today.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Windrush generation were British. They should not have been caught up in our immigration system, but they were. And the Home Secretary's apology and use of the past tense remain unconvincing, whilst the hostile environment which they experienced is still in place. The All-Party Parliamentary Group for Africa, which I chair, reported on the disgraceful treatment of African visa applicants, and as a constituency MP, every day I see delay, neglect, discrimination and stereotyping in Home Office processes. So will the Secretary of State say today that our immigration system must not only be fair and fast, it must also be welcoming, and that is the standard to which she will hold herself?
First of all, Mr Speaker, Wendy Williams describes in this review a set of measures that evolved under a number of governments over many decades. And clearly, we all need to move on and look at... Let me finish. And I will look at the review and recommendations if she patiently waits me to finish my sentence. I have been very clear in terms of the work that I will be undertaking within the Home Office now, in terms of reviewing policies, but also policies that relate to the compliant environment and cultural change. I have been consistent in my time as Home Secretary about having, yes, a firm but fair immigration policy to make sure that we are welcoming to people that can come to the United Kingdom and contribute to the United Kingdom. And I think that is exactly the signal that our country should be sending to everyone across the world.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Is the Home Secretary now beginning to understand how fundamental and profound is the breach of trust in the Home Office that stems from the Windrush scandal? In my constituency, there are Windrush citizens who are fearful of coming forward to claim compensation because of that breach of trust, and many more who live in daily fear of the possibility that their lives might also be ruined by the Home Office. Specifically, they live in fear of ending up on a charter flight. As recently as last month, the Home Office was having to remove passengers from a charter flight because it had not followed due process. Will she commit to pause charter flights and suspend them until the Lessons Learned review has been implemented in full? Will she also join me in paying tribute to the Black Cultural Archives on Windrush Square in my constituency, who have played an exceptional role in stepping forward to provide support for Windrush citizens when grassroots funding was being called for but was not provided by the government? And will she confirm that the BCA will now be funded to do their vital work of helping to enable Windrush citizens to come forward to claim the compensation for which they are eligible?
Oh, Mr Speaker, I've been very clear today in my statement with regards to not just the Lessons Learned review, but the changes that need to come forward. That is not an overnight revelation. I have been working within the Home Office. She would have heard in my statement as well the work that I have undertaken with members of the Windrush generation, with the advisory group, with the compensation group as well, to understand many of the issues, the challenges, the injustices that I have heard and experienced at first hand, as no doubt she has, in terms of how we can address them directly. The Honourable Lady has also heard me speak today, and I can confirm again that we are announcing a grassroots fund £500,000 grassroots fund to help with, obviously, the support and the dissemination of information that will support members of the Windrush generation and others that may have been caught up in this and some of the policies and the processes of the past too. It is quite clear that going forward there is a great deal more work to do. She asked about deportations. I can give her an assurance that in her reference to the flight that departed several weeks ago, there was no one from the Windrush generation on that flight. And not only that, that deportation took place under the UK Borders Act 2007, introduced by this House of Commons under a previous Labour government.
Greenwood.
Speaker, the Home Secretary has already acknowledged that the Home Office has not investigated the impact on those from Commonwealth countries outside the Caribbean and excluded from consideration those with a criminal record who were wrongly deported. Can she confirm that the research will now be extended, as I think Wendy Williams recommends? And will she ensure that sufficient resources are made available so that the work is actually carried out as soon as possible?
Speaker, I'll say to the Honourable Lady that I'll be looking in detail at every recommendation that Wendy Williams has put forward, and I'll be working with her on the delivery of many of them.
Stephen Tibbs.
Mr. Speaker, 6 years ago, over 30,000 overseas students from Commonwealth countries lost their visas when they were accused by the American firm ETS of cheating in its TOEIC English language test. It's since become clear that many of those accusations, in fact almost certainly most of them, were without foundation. In learning the lessons of Windrush, will she ensure that those students who are innocent get an affordable route to clear finally their names?
Excellent. Speaker, my honourable friend has raised this point with me previously, and I thank him again for raising it today. I will look into this, absolutely. He has asked me to do so, and that is something that I will absolutely take away.
We now come to business statement. Leader of the House.
Mr. Speaker, the business for the week commencing the 23rd of March will include Monday, the 23rd of March, consideration of a business of the House motion, followed by all stages of the coronavirus bill. Tuesday, the 24th of March, committee and remaining stages of the Windrush Compensation Scheme Expenditure Bill, followed by motion relating to appointments to the Parliamentary Works Sponsor Body, followed by general debate on the situation in Yemen. The subject for this debate was determined by the Backbench Business Committee, followed by, if necessary, consideration of Lord's amendments. Wednesday, the 25th of March, if necessary, consideration of Lord's amendments, followed by Opposition Day, 7th allotted day. There will be a debate on a motion in the name of the official opposition, followed by, if necessary, consideration of Lord's amendments. Thursday, the 26th of March, if necessary, consideration of Lord's amendments, followed by debate on a motion on errors in payments made to victims of the Equitable Life scandal, followed by debate on a motion on human rights in Kashmir. The subjects for these debates were determined by the Backbench Business Committee, followed by, if necessary, consideration of Lord's amendments. Friday, the 27th of March, private members' bills. The provisional business for the week commencing the 30th of March will include Monday, the 30th of March, consideration of Lord's amendments, if necessary, followed by second reading of the Non-Domestic Rating Public Lavatories Bill, followed by, if necessary, consideration of Lord's amendments. Tuesday, the 31st of March, matters to be raised before the forthcoming adjournment. The subject for this debate was determined by the Backbench Business Committee.
Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Leader of the House firstly for consulting with opposition parties last week on Westminster Hall debates, which I know that he hasn't announced, and also to say that we are in unprecedented times and I appreciate things are moving fast, and I hope you continue to consult. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the statement you made yesterday when the Chancellor first gave his statement to the press rather than to Parliament. Parliament must be told first we are not irrelevant. And I note the Chancellor apologised and gave you an assurance, but he didn't actually say he was not going to do it again. Could I ask the Leader of the House, when press conferences are made, just to say that, to give all the information in the press conferences, what's happening is that journalists are being briefed afterwards, and important information is then highlighted under breaking news rather than at the press conference.
I want to, Mr Speaker, thank all the staff, because we are in a skeleton staff, and those who've made arrangements so that they can service Parliament. Could I ask the Leader of the House if the parliamentary staff are key workers, so they too can be supported with childcare and other benefits? And also, does he agree with me, and could he confirm that no one has to use their holiday entitlement when they're self-isolating or when they're sick? Hopefully they'll get sick pay, but I think there is an issue that they may be using up their holiday entitlement. Mr Speaker, we were in a good position to learn from other countries. After all, China built their hospitals in 2 weeks. Though in Italy has tested a lot, and we know that asymptomatic people, of which there may be many here, can still transmit it. They are now virus-free. But I'm pleased that the Leader of the House has taken on board the suggestion that I made last week. The government and the BBC have looked to ensure that the over 75s don't have to pay for their television licence fees. I note that it's only until August, but all the other packages that have been mentioned will take place over 12 months. Now, the Education Secretary yesterday said he wanted to work with the BBC to ensure that our children can learn while they're at home, and also for exercise for seniors while we're all self-isolated. So it shouldn't be right that the BBC have to foot that bill. They need to be compensated for any loss of income. I want to ask the Leader of the House if he can, as much as he can, confirm that we will be back on the 21st of April. We know the Environment Bill is in committee. I wonder if he could make a statement on the timetable of those bills and the Brexit negotiations. We're all going to, if we self-isolate, are going to be indulging in the creative industry, music, television, films, as we self-isolate. I know that he knows that most of them are self-employed. Now, many of them have had concerts cancelled, and we need to have a proper package for them so that they don't lose out. There is some confusion because insurers are cancelling this and citing force majeure, and we know that the Department of Health has said that this is a notifiable disease, so could he please clarify that? I have a constituent who had a stroke, and she's been asked for a sick note by her Human Resources Department, but the GP's not giving her one. Could he clarify whether sick notes are needed? And I appreciate that the emergency legislation will be published later today, or perhaps it has already been published. There is a sunset clause of 2 years. I would urge caution, because this is, after all, the government that was found to have acted unlawfully over the prorogation. It's important both that there is a shorter sunset clause and that if the Leader could again confirm that Parliament will return on the 21st of April. Can I make a helpful suggestion in that there are lots of issues coming out of each different department, and I just wonder if a statement could be made with each department and their package, and that's published on gov.uk with a dedicated helpline so that we don't have to trouble a minister, say for example from the Department of Health, and ask them questions about employment rights. But those people will know that, I know that the government don't want to appear on the Today programme, but the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown had some very important words today, and I think those should be heeded. I wonder if the government could look at ensuring there are experts from other fields. After all, he and Alistair Darling have been through the economic crisis caused by the banking crisis, as well as flooding when he was Prime Minister. And what he said was very important. We're not here to protect our institutions, but our people. So please, could we ensure that? Excellent news, and I want to thank the Leader for all the efforts that he made and the diplomatic efforts on freeing Nazanin. She's out for 2 weeks, albeit with a tag that she and her family have had to pay for, but 85,000 prisoners have been released. Anousheh is not among them, neither is Kylie, both dual nationalists. Could I ask the Leader again to raise their case? They need to be back home where we can help them with this if they have coronavirus, which we know exists extensively in Iran. Mr. Speaker, one of the good things that have come out of these fabulous community groups that have been set up to help people. We know that the Communication Workers Union, the post office workers are going to every house and they're helping with deliveries. The firefighters in Manchester are going to ring elderly people often. Let's keep our spirits up. Tomorrow is the first day of spring.
The House.
Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady is right to keep our spirits up and to remind us that tomorrow is the first day of spring, and I hope that will put a suitable spring in our step. I'm very grateful for the support that has been given to the government in these difficult times by the opposition, by the Right Honourable Lady herself, by the Leader of the Opposition, and particularly by the Shadow Health Secretary, who has been working very closely with the government and, of course, to the Opposition Chief Whip, who is invariably a means of ensuring that mechanisms within this place work. So I'm very grateful in all those cases. I'd like to record my thanks to Parliamentary Council for the phenomenal work they have done in bringing forward the emergency legislation that will be presented later on today. They have been working all weekend and late into the night to ensure that the bill could be drafted. And I note the point that is made on the sunset clause. I think we want to maintain cooperation with all parties across this House. That point will have been noted, and I'm sure there will be discussions over the weekend with relation to that, but it's not for me to make commitments, but I'm genuinely grateful for the support. On statements to this House, the Chancellor did indeed apologise and for not making the statement here first. He was bringing forward financially sensitive information which can be more difficult than other statements, but I'm glad to say the Education Secretary made his statement here first before the press conference. It is not an easy issue because we need to inform the country at large, but we need to maintain parliamentary accountability at the same time. We are obviously going to work very closely with you, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that Parliament is kept properly informed and that we don't find things out purely from news reports. But it is important to get information out to the country at large as well. With regard to our return on the 21st of April, it is very important that Parliament continues to sit. The position of Her Majesty's Government is that Parliament will continue to sit. I think this is of significance, that we need to be held to account, but we also need to be able to legislate. And with regard to bills that are currently in committee, we will be able to ensure that those continue in committee as long as the House is sitting, but we may have to have discussions on precisely how the House operates. The Leader of the Opposition asks about voting arrangements. May I thank the Opposition for not calling divisions this week, which has been helpful under the current circumstances. And I think we need to work closely to see that the mechanisms we use are effective and actually ensure that we hold the government to account, that we legislate properly, but we will have to look at this, and I don't think it's right to make immediate decisions from the dispatch box now, but let's see what the situation is when we come back on the 21st of April. But it has to be something that is agreed on a cross-party basis, that is of fundamental importance to how this House works. With regard to sick notes, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for mentioning this to me in advance. As I understand it, sick notes can now be given by going online with 111, so that people won't need to get them from their doctors, though I would reiterate the government's encouragement to businesses to be flexible about this, that British business is in many ways leading the way. One hears all sorts of pieces of good news, and BP is offering free fuel to emergency service vehicles and things like that. Business is being community spirited, and I would encourage the business in the specific case she mentions and in other similar cases to behave in that way. The Right Honourable Lady makes very good points about the centralisation of information. It is important that we have a reasonable balance between constantly bombarding ministers and getting information that is straightforwardly available already, and the more it's collated, the better that will be. That's an extremely valid point, as is the point about the expertise of others. I also heard the interview with Gordon Brown, and he had many interesting things to say, and I can assure the House that the government is taking suggestions from a wide range of sources. As you can imagine, ideas are pouring in to the government, and that is welcome. I wanted to say on the over 75s, the noble Lord Hall, was on the radio this morning, and he was saying that that was under review, and that therefore it is not an August deadline and that's it. It was a decision that is made until then, but they will consider it further, though I think we're going to have the opportunity of watching lots of repeats if we are staying at home. But then there are some wonderful programmes that were made not so many years ago, so that won't be too much of a burden, I would have thought. And I share the Right Honourable Lady's pleasure about Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe. It is really very good news that she has been released. And to update the House, the Foreign Secretary spoke to the Foreign Minister Zarif on the 16th of March about all the dual national cases. So the government is continuing to push. And one piece of good news is welcome. Let us hope there's more good news to come.
Sir David Evans.
Will my right honourable friend find time for a debate of the treatment of UK nationals held in prisons overseas? Last month, I went with my constituent, Mr Sandu, to see his son held in prison in Prague for alleged offences of fraud. The family very much want the government to intercede to see if their son can be released on bail.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome my own friend back to business questions. We have missed him, and I'm glad that he is not forced to be staying at home and is therefore able to raise this point. Consular staff are providing assistance to Mr Sandhu's son, and the FCO has set out how they can help in their publications available on gov.uk. These are called Support for British Nationals Abroad, a Guide, and Arrested Abroad. We can consider intervening with the local authorities if a detainee is not treated in line with internationally accepted standards or with consent to raise concerns about mistreatment. However, as the Honourable Gentleman will understand, the Foreign and Commonwealth Office cannot interfere in the judicial and legal processes of another country. So we can make representations, but we can't force. But my honourable friend is right to raise this issue.
Tommy Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Last night I was due to speak at an event for which more than 300 people had registered. And because of the crisis, the organisers took the event online. And all of those people were able to participate from the convenience and indeed safety of their own homes. What surprised me was that the hardware I required to do that was none other than the standard issue iPad, which I was given 5 years ago by this Parliament. And I say this because it convinces me that the technology is available for us to continue to have informed democratic debate without the necessity of having to meet in this chamber. And I want to ask the Leader whether or not he is considering procedures that, whilst alongside things like changing our standing orders to reduce the attendance required to make legislation, there are also mechanisms whereby people can represent their constituents and press the case that they want to do on behalf of the people who elected them without the necessity to actually attend the Parliament. And I think we need to do a lot more on that. With regard to the emergency legislation, which we shall see shortly, I wanted to ask a specific point as to whether that will give the government the scope to take action against some people who are engaged in quite disreputable behaviour at this point in time. Because whilst this crisis, the public response to it, has brought out the best in people, there are some instances where it has brought out the worst as well. Many people will be shocked at the fact that there are private medical companies profiteering by charging exorbitant fees for testing at this point in time. I believe such people should be detained and their assets should be commandeered and put to the public good. I wonder if the emergency legislation will give the government the powers to act in that way. With regard to the debate which we've been having about universal basic income or a minimum income guarantee, which many people feel is essential to avoid perhaps millions of people approaching the DWP for benefit claims, the Prime Minister yesterday gave a guarantee that he would meet with others and bring forward proposals on that. Can I ask when we might expect a statement to the House from the Prime Minister on that, and when such a meeting will take place? And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, can I say that at this point in time, I do think it seems rather surreal and fanciful to be planning to meet not just next week in full, but the week after. Should we not now be taking steps in order to wind down our formal processes and go to the Easter recess at the end of next week? Would that not be the sensible course of action and indicate leadership to everyone else in the country at this time?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for the tone and interest of the proposals that he makes. I think everybody is open to ideas as to how things may be done differently and needs on attendance. I have received a letter, or Mr Speaker has received a letter from the Chairman of the Procedure Committee setting out options for how select committees may be able to carry on with their important business without meeting in person. And therefore, Parliament will be considering what steps can reasonably be taken that allow things to be done remotely. I think it may be difficult to recreate this chamber remotely, but certainly with select committees there are options and they are being considered. The government shares the honourable gentleman's concern about people profiteering from a crisis and is aware that some people are behaving extremely well and others are using this as an opportunity. And one has heard of stories of people charging exorbitant prices for hand sanitizer, loo roll and so on. So his issue is one that the government is aware of and will act if it is necessary. As yet it doesn't seem to be so widespread a problem as to require government action, but the government is not ignoring this point. On the universal basic income, the government is willing to consider all ideas, and lots of ideas are coming in. I would say on this the priority is to proceed with things that can be implemented rapidly and for which systems already exist. It may prove difficult to introduce entirely new systems, but I'm sure that the Prime Minister, having said he is open to meetings on this matter, will prove open to meetings on this matter. As regards the point on the week after next, the House voted for the recess dates, but the House can obviously vote for new recess dates. I would say that we want to maintain flexibility because I can't make an absolute guarantee that all the emergency legislation that could possibly have been thought of is in the bill coming before the House today. There may be other things that we need to legislate on, and there is also demand for scrutiny. So we have to get this balance right, and nothing will be done without consulting the opposition parties, and I emphasise plural.
David Davis. I say to my right honourable friend that I think the opposition has a serious point in terms of the duration of the emergency legislation, particularly given that it appears we're only going to debate it for one day. There is a qualitative difference between a single-day debate on major legislation and even a two-day debate. Now, I know the Upper House has different constitutional arrangements, but can he tell us what the amount of time he expects them to spend on considering this legislation before they send it back to us?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I note the point that my right honourable friend makes. The government is aware of this point. The bill needs to progress with support in this House. Emergency legislation is best done and only tends to go through successfully when there is a very widespread consensus. So his point is a very important one. I can't, unfortunately, and it, I think wouldn't be right of me, to try and say what proceedings will be in another place. I think that would be slightly impertinent of me to say what their lordships will do.
Noel Turner.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There is a lot of rivalry in a rugby league, especially in Hull, where we are blessed to have two Super League teams, Hull FC and Hull Kingston Rovers. It's clear that rugby league clubs need a special scheme of support. I've spoken with both club chairmen yesterday evening, and they're very worried about the survival as clubs as a result of COVID-19. Can we please have a statement from a minister on what plans there are to financially support rugby league clubs at this incredibly worrying time? Not so that they can survive to next week, next month or next year, but for the next 125 years as they've previously existed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think a lot of businesses, a lot of sporting activities are worried. I would reiterate what the Chancellor has said, that everything that can be done will be done to ensure the stability of the economy through this period and to ensuring that businesses that are well-founded are able to continue.
Teresa Villiers.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Tomorrow, thousands of businesses across the country who provide childcare and nursery services have been asked to shut their doors for an indefinite period. Can we have a debate on what we do to help the childcare sector through this very difficult period to ensure that we have a successful, thriving and high-quality nursery provision for the years ahead?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are inevitably concerns following the announcement yesterday of the closures that will take place, that the government is working with providers of all levels of education to ensure that they are aware of the situation and that they are helped to cope through it. And I understand there will be further announcements being made during the course of today.
Lillian Greenwood.
Mr Deputy Speaker, will he take this opportunity to thank everyone working on our transport networks, on our buses and trains, driving delivery vehicles and so on? And does he recognise that there are real concerns about the impact on the reduction in passenger flights, not only the impact on travel businesses and on aviation workers, but also for the movement of essential goods which are usually carried in the hold of passenger planes? When can we expect a statement from the Secretary of State for Transport so that we can raise this and many other concerns?
Mr Deputy Speaker, yes, of course I would be willing to thank everybody in the transport sector who is working so hard. It is interesting to note that in terms of how society has developed, the delivery drivers for supermarkets are unquestionably key workers who are playing an incredibly important role, particularly with those who need to stay at home, and from next week for those with particular medical conditions who are going to be encouraged to be shielded. And the work they are doing is making it possible for people to carry on with their lives as far as possible. So it's very important work. As regards the flows of trade in the bellies of aeroplanes coming in, yes, that is an important point. I think there is such demand for ministerial statements that many of them will need to be written statements rather than oral statements.
Senator Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for his response to the front bench spokesman for the Scottish National Party in terms of how this House should operate. Can I connect two issues, which is the scrutiny of emergency powers and the need for public confidence in their exercise, and the role of select committees? When does he think he will be in a position to announce to the House what the arrangements for select committees will be? Because if these emergency powers are to be exercised, select committees can sit when the House is not sitting and provide some democratic oversight of how these powers are being exercised.
If I may, Mr Deputy Speaker, perhaps it's helpful to explain how we came to agreement on Westminster Hall being suspended, to give an example of how we are intending to work. That there was a letter from the Clerk of the House to the Speaker. The Speaker consulted me. I consulted with the Right Honourable Lady and with the representatives of the Scottish National Party. We consulted with the chairman of the most relevant select committees, and then we came forward with a motion. It is very important that what we do for select committees similarly has cross-party support and consensus across this House, because I think for the Leader of the House, representing the government, to come forward with proposals for how select committees should operate, people might think that that was designed not to enhance but to reduce scrutiny, and therefore it is of the utmost importance this is done with consensus, and therefore it will take a little bit of time, a few days, to discuss these matters, but proposals will be brought forward.
Caroline Harris.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I've received urgent communication in the last hour from the leading funeral operators in the UK who tell me there is a reluctance with the Cabinet Office to include funeral care workers on the list of essential employees. It is inconceivable that this industry will be short-staffed at this time. Can the Leader of the House please make urgent communication with his Cabinet colleagues to make sure that the funeral industry is on the list of essential workers? Thank you.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady always makes the most important points in this House, and I always find myself in agreement with her. There's no difference on this occasion. I will take it up immediately after this session.
Richard.
Mr Deputy Speaker, you will know that many colleagues have constituents abroad, many of them desperate to get back home. When can we have a debate on price gouging and bring forward, perhaps in the emergency legislation, price gouging legislation? Most airlines are trying to help to do their bit, but there are some examples of real egregious price gouging, which are preventing people from coming home. I think the British people find it very difficult to swallow if the airlines want us to bail them out and at the same time hiking up prices of people that need to come back home.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend raises a very sensible point. The Foreign Office is working very closely with the airlines to ensure that people can be brought back home, and the Department of Transport is working closely with them as well. I would make a general point, which goes back to what was said by the spokesman on behalf of the SNP, that businesses are in some cases behaving very well. And businesses will, I think, want to maintain the support of the community in what they do. And regardless of government intervention, they would themselves be well advised to maintain the goodwill of the British people.
Patrick Grady.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. To follow on the point about select committees, can the Government please bring forward next week both of the motions to establish the Liaison Committee and the Scottish Affairs Committee? I know we've had our differences about this, but we need to have these scrutinising mechanisms in place going forward.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm obviously aware of the points made. Both of those committees were prevented from being set up by actions within this House, so the Government is inevitably deliberating on the consequences, and I think the priority is to ensure that the select committees that are already set up can operate, rather than necessarily on ones that aren't yet set up.
Julian Lewis.
In difficult times, we should remember those who sacrifice most. So may we have a statement or debate on the substance of EDM 280 about the scandal of war widows who lost their pensions on remarriage, and on EDM 307, more positively, about the enhanced cooperation between Blind Veterans UK and the Blinded Veterans Association of America, who are setting up a new combined eye trauma task force, and look for the government support in that matter.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Government recognises the unique commitment that service families make to our country and remains sympathetic to the circumstances of those widows who remarried and cohabited before the 1st of April 2015. However, the Government currently has no plans to reinstate state war widows' pensions for war widows who remarried or cohabited before the 2015 change took effect. And the Defence Secretary stated in the House on the 3rd of February 2020 that the Department is examining alternative methods to see whether we can mitigate the impact of these changes. There is always a difficulty, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with cut-off dates. As regards to the cooperation between the US and the UK in relation to blindness and eye problems, what the Honourable Gentleman suggests sounds extremely worth looking into, and I will sure it is taken up with the Department.
Christian Matheson.
Further to the question from the Honourable Gentleman from the Wrekin, I have constituents who are stranded as far apart as the Philippines and Peru at the moment. They've been told to contact the embassies, but the embassy staff have rightly been sent home, and contact with the embassies is about nigh on impossible. There is spare capacity in the airlines at the moment, so can we have a statement either from the Transport Department or from the Foreign Office, or better still both, about how we're going to bring our stranded people back home?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can assure the honourable gentleman that this is at the forefront of what the Foreign Secretary is doing. I heard him say that only this morning. He is making sure that people who are in difficulties in remote areas receive as much support as the Foreign Office can possibly give.
Freya.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. First, I'd just like to thank Mr. Speaker through yourself for the pace at which he brought forward the changes to the way we operate here in terms of social distancing and the practices here. I think that was the right thing to do. It seems to me that given the scale and the pace of the coronavirus spread and the threat to life and to health, to incomes and to jobs across the country, it's quite right that the government bring forward this emergency legislation briskly and wants to see it through the House briskly. But it's equally right that Parliament has the opportunity to scrutinise the legislation. I just had a couple of questions along these lines. The first is there a particular reason why the Civil Contingencies Act wasn't used, which does contain many of the safeguards I suspect the House will wish to see anyway? Secondly, if the emergency legislation does pass the House, which I hope it does given the circumstances, with possibly a few modifications, what other opportunities will there be for this House to question the particular measures? Because this is very dynamic and very fast moving, and literally within 48 or 72 hours, it may well be that one of the measures adopted results in maybe 1 million, 2 million unemployed people with nowhere for them to go. So just what other opportunities will there be for this House to very quickly hold the government to account should it prove necessary?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Civil Contingencies Act unfortunately would not have worked in these circumstances because the problem was known about early enough for it not to qualify as an emergency under the terms of the Act. And therefore the legal advice is that if, or legal experts say, that if you can introduce emergency legislation, you should do so rather than using the Civil Contingencies Act, because if you've got time to introduce emergency legislation, you obviously knew about it long enough in advance for the Act not to apply. So that is why that Act could not be used. With regard to future scrutiny, it is one of the reasons it is so important that we keep the operation of this House going, to which, as I've said before, the government is committed, to ensure that scrutiny takes place. The government of this country is the executive and the legislature. It is not purely the executive, and we need to ensure that the legislature is operating efficiently, even if it has to operate differently, to ensure that we carry out our proper role.
Lynn Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My constituent, who is trapped in Peru, is being advised by the British Consulate to apply for a place on a private flight at a minimum cost of $3,000. When a member of my casework team challenged this advice and suggested that my constituent may not be able to access $3,000 easily, she was told by the representative at the British Consulate, "Do they want it to be free then?"
Dear, oh dear.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is not consistent with the sentiment that the Leader of the House recently expressed, that the Foreign Secretary is doing everything within his power to bring our citizens home. Will he ask the Foreign Secretary to come to this House and to explain the lack of capacity in British consulates overseas and the appalling attitude that is being taken by some of his staff, and explain how he is going to ensure that our vulnerable citizens stranded overseas can come home during this pandemic?
Yes, well.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to reassure the Honourable Lady that the Foreign Secretary is, as I said earlier, taking this issue with the greatest seriousness. I think it is a little unfair to pick on one example of an offhand comment and assume that that is the general way consulates behave. Consulates are deeply stretched because of this, the numbers involved and the nature and unexpectedness of this crisis. And dare I say that all of us have come to a realisation of the seriousness of this crisis over time, and that therefore some replies are getting better as time goes on, as the necessity becomes clearer, and that the Foreign Secretary is certainly working very hard on this.
Selwood.
Mr. Speaker, the Defence Select Committee wants to meet on Tuesday. It won't be doing so. We have the witnesses in place, but they can't virtually beam themselves in. I hope that can be corrected so we can, in fact, go to a digital environment. Could I invite the front bench to give us a statement on military assistance to civil effect, the COVID support force? We have 20,000 Armed Forces personnel that are on standby, mobilised to assist in this coronavirus outbreak. They will do a terrific job, but what will that job be? There's speculation they might be involved in the close down of, the shutdown of London. We know that's incorrect. On top of that, they have a day job to do, to watch our backs, to keep our nation safe. With that in mind, and with the ever-increasing pressures that will be placed on them as this coronavirus outbreak continues, could I ask the front bench to consider delaying the defence, foreign policy and security review until the new year?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, select committees need to think carefully about how they are going to approach their business before any specific arrangements are made. The one thing I would say that is the greatest drain on House resources are public evidence sessions, because of the requirement for Hansard reporters, for broadcasting and so on. And I would ask the chairman of select committees to be considerate in what they are planning for public sessions. Private sessions require much less in terms of House resources. As regards assistance from the military, I understand there is a written ministerial statement being laid by the Ministry of Defence today. I agree with my right honourable friend that the service provided to us by our armed forces in all circumstances is really truly remarkable and inspirational. And I'm glad he raised some of the wilder stories that were circulating yesterday. May I encourage all honourable and right honourable members to listen to official sources of information. Some of the things going around yesterday seemed merely to be said to make the flesh crawl, and I think it is much better to listen to the calm responses that we're getting at the press conferences from the Chief Medical Advisor and the Chief Scientific Advisor as to what is actually happening.
Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I am worried for the many vibrant and unique pubs, clubs and music venues in Newport West. Their insurance policies cover a long list of notifiable diseases, but COVID-19 is not one of them. Sam Dabb, the owner of the Le Pub, a cooperative pub and music venue in Newport City Centre, told me that without government intervention, my business will not survive, and most people in the hospitality industry are in the same boat. So can the Leader of the House tell us when he expects the government to announce what support will be provided to those businesses whose insurance policies do not cover COVID-19 in their notifiable diseases?
Exactly right.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right to raise this point, and the Chancellor has said he will do whatever it takes, and I think that is an important commitment. I would say with regard to insurance companies, the scale of the problem that we have got is one that, if just moved to the insurance companies, would have an effect on the insurance companies. And therefore, I think we need to look at what the government is doing and the overall approach of the government, and take the Chancellor's words that he will do whatever it takes to heart.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The chairman of the Backbench Business Committee, the Honourable Member for Gateshead, is away on constituency business. So on behalf of the committee, can I ask my right honourable friend what provisions are going to be made for reopening Westminster Hall debates, because that is a major part of the allocation the Backbench Business Committee has, or alternatively further time in this chamber for debates. On my behalf, Mr. Speaker, I've alerted to my right honourable friend in advance that most of us weren't using hand sanitisers until a few weeks ago. The reality is that I've seen evidence of the trebling of prices to retailers by wholesalers. It's not clear that it's been passed on by manufacturers, but wholesalers are clearly profiteering from these hand sanitisers, and then retailers are then left with the unenviable choice of passing on that increase with a small margin. So can we have a statement by the government on what is going to be done to prevent this unfair profiteering that is taking place at a time of national emergency?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I will answer both questions. With regard to Westminster Hall, we will have discussions about its reopening as soon as that is practicable. There is a commitment to reopen it, and we will have similar discussions to the ones we had to close it about reopening it. I would say it is particularly at this time, with not all ministers being available, the pressure has been greater than normal, but that will abate in due course. With regard to profiteering and racketeering, my honourable friend is right to raise this immoral practice, and I would call on wholesalers to exercise better judgment. The government is keeping a close eye on such activity, as I said earlier, and will act if necessary. There are some people who always feel that the right thing to do in difficult times is to get involved in profiteering. They should think about that twice and not do it.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I don't know if the leader heard this morning his colleague from the Treasury answering an urgent question, but it was quite clear that the government is struggling, obviously in these exceptional circumstances, to come up with policies and guidance and to get information out to the public around support for workers and families. So on that basis, could I just suggest gently to the Leader of the House that putting onto the order paper for coming days things like the second reading of the non-domestic rating public lavatories bill is not what this Parliament should be focusing on at the moment. We should be having statements from ministers so members of Parliament can raise the issues that their constituents are bringing to them on a daily basis rather than starting legislation which is not vital in these exceptional times.
Mr Deputy Speaker, we have had statements from the Chancellor, from the Education Secretary and regular updates from the Health Secretary to keep the House up to date. And I would emphasise the word provisional. The business for the week after next is, as always, the provisional business, and that which is provisional is not set in stone.
Anderson. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. During times of national emergency, the media play a vital role in delivering information to concerned viewers, listeners and readers. Scrutiny is good, but undermining the national effort by spreading misinformation helps nobody and creates panic among some of the most vulnerable members of our society. Can my right honourable friend raise this issue with broadcasters such as ITV, where Piers Morgan, who has no scientific or medical qualifications, seems to want to make irresponsible comments on a daily basis?
Mr Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his question, and he's right to point out the role that the media plays in informing the public and holding the government to account. But commentators and the media, Michael Crick is indeed brilliant. I hear a chunter from the opposition benches, and somebody I particularly admire, one of the best journalists at keeping people to account. But one does not have to take every utterance from controversialists as holy writ. That Piers Morgan enjoys causing a row, and I think, frankly, it would be better to pay less attention to him rather than more, and listen to the government advisers. But free speech is very precious. And if people want to say silly things and look foolish, that will be a matter for them.
Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Like all colleagues across the House, I am sure, the bulk of questions from constituents come in after the relevant statement debates, where we have an opportunity to raise those questions, as they have time to percolate on the details, or lack thereof, of what is being proposed and how it will impact them, from breweries to nurseries to self-employed creatives and everything in between. Will he commit to a general debate to raise supplementary questions on these issues to give our constituents the assurances they so desperately need in a very fast-moving situation?
Good idea. Well said.
I mean, the Honourable Lady points out a sort of perpetual dilemma of holding to account, that there is always pressure to come to the House in as timely a manner as possible to ensure that the House is informed immediately. On the other hand, there is better information available 24, 48 hours later, which raises more questions. This is why one should view the process of holding to account as a continuum rather than as a one-off occasion, and is why it is important to maintain this House open so that ministers can be held to account. I'm not sure general debates tend to bring that level of focus, but I think question times and continuous statements do, and that will depend on the House being here and sitting.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the unprecedented level of support provided by the Chancellor to our business earlier this week. But is it not also important to consider our charitable sector during this vital time? Earlier this week, I spoke to the Chief Executive of Suffolk Age UK to ask him how my office could support elderly people within my constituency as much as possible. He said to me that in the short term, lots of volunteers, more volunteers than he's ever had before, but his major concern was the financial future of the charity. In many senses, charities operate in the same way as businesses, and many of their fundraising activities, charity shops, fundraising events have had to be cancelled because of the crisis that we're going through at the moment. Is it not appropriate for the House to set aside time to debate how we can support these vital charities such as Age UK, who through their volunteers are supporting some of the most vulnerable people in our constituencies at the moment?
Mr Deputy Speaker, may I thank the Honourable Gentleman for raising that and for the work that he does to support charities in his constituency, that I think all of us as constituency MPs have a role in our own communities to do what we can to help. I would go back to what the Chancellor has said. He is aware that these difficulties are affecting a range of sectors and that he will do whatever it takes to provide the necessary support. My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Digital Culture, Media and Sport, is going to be coordinating the volunteering effort so that it is ensured that it is as beneficial as possible.
Brock.
Deputy Speaker. I listened carefully to the Leader of the House's responses to honourable members' points around the many UK citizens stranded abroad, our constituents, and I'm afraid I thought it wouldn't do, Mr Deputy Speaker. So will the government make a statement, written or otherwise, on its plans for repatriating UK citizens home? Or are they supposed to just continue to largely fend for themselves?
Mr Deputy Speaker, one cannot always provide satisfaction, much though I tried hard to do so, but Her Majesty's Government is doing whatever it can to help constituents in these difficult times. The Foreign Secretary is working very hard on this and is working with the airlines on this. That this is a process, and I'm afraid that not everybody is going to be repatriated overnight, because it is not simply a question of doing that. It is a question of getting in touch with people, ensuring that the facilities are available, and then getting them home. But the government is working hard to try and help constituents.
Ms. Bryant.
The government undoubtedly needs emergency legislation, but as I understand it, the bill is some 350 pages long. It includes measures which uniquely would allow ministers to switch on and off their powers without any reference to Parliament whatsoever. And the bill is intended to last for 2 years. Now, some of this will be draconian measures restricting the liberty of the individual in this country. They may be completely necessary. But can I just urge the government to think about, first of all, making it possible for us to table amendments on Monday before second reading, which is not the normal way, and secondly, to consider the idea of allowing these measures to last for 90 days before approval by Parliament, and then to be renewed every 30 days thereafter.
That's right.
Mr Speaker, I would look more favourably on the switching on and off mechanism, which, although not previously used, is a means of limiting these powers rather than extending these powers. And I don't think it has been done before, but it ensures that they will only be activated when necessary, and when unneeded will be removed. So I think that is a step in favour of maintaining as much liberty as possible. I recognise it is a long bill. I pay tribute to a Parliamentary Council for their work, which has been really, really remarkable in the short space of time available. It is important that these measures are passed with consensus. He has made his point. I'm sure it will be heard. I haven't forgotten amendments. I believe there's a motion in my name to allow amendments to be put before a second reading, but I can't give him all the comfort he wants on the change of time limit.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Leader of the House and others have rightly talked about proper scrutiny of what the government is doing, as rather highlighted by my honourable friend, the member for Rhondda. The Leader of the House was slightly disingenuous, I may say, when he talked about the liaison committee being delayed by this House. It was actually a power grab by government to impose a chair from outside its membership that has caused that delay. Nevertheless, it is vital that that committee is up and running, and it could be a hugely useful place for this House, if it had to shrink down in its activities, to question ministers directly and the Prime Minister about actions, especially if we are living under draconian legislation likely to be passed next week. Will the Leader of the House give us some comfort on that issue? And also on the point of the motion on Tuesday relating to the appointments to the Parliamentary Work Sponsor Body, are we actually now finally going to see a group of professionals dealing with the Northern Estate and making sure that in the midst of this crisis, having had flood and pestilence, we don't also see this place burn down under fire as well?
Mr Deputy Speaker, a great deal of work has been done on the fire safety in this building, and measures implemented that will ensure that we are much better protected than we were, and that is very important. People will notice that the Speaker's house the staterooms are currently not usable because fire safety measures are being implemented. So that is taking place. As regards to the Liaison Committee, I think it would be a very novel constitutional development to think that the Liaison Committee could replace the whole House, and I'm not sure that would be something I would welcome.
Jim Shannon.
Before anyone was quarantined for coronavirus, 1 million Uyghur Muslims were in isolated camps run by Chinese government authorities. Now, the combination of limited access to medical resources plus high populations of elderly detainees could lead to a humanitarian disaster if the virus reaches the camps, and it may indeed already be there. Would the Leader of the House agree to a statement on this important issue?
I'm always grateful to the honourable gentleman for his campaigning for religious freedom, irrespective of the religion where he believes there should be freedom, which is wholly admirable. We have consistently expressed our serious concerns, both to China and at the UN, about the human rights situation in Xinjiang, including extrajudicial detention of over 1 million Uyghurs and other minorities in political re-education camps. The Foreign Secretary raised the issue with his Chinese counterpart, State Councillor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi, on the 9th of March, and we expressed our concerns in the UK's national statement at the UN Human Rights Council earlier this month. So I can assure the honourable gentleman that this is being taken very, very seriously by the government.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Leader of the House is responsible for protecting the rights of us members of Parliament as much as being part of the government. And he mentioned earlier on the need for having regular statements here in the House. I remind him that the Health Secretary came to the House under an urgent question on Monday. The Chancellor came here after he'd made his exact same statement to the press, and we had the Education Secretary who came with no plan about closing schools in place after 6 weeks of us being in this crisis. So scrutiny by this House is absolutely crucial. And today, the Cabinet Office is going to publish a list of essential workers who are going to be able to send their children to school. That should be scrutinised by this House. That statement should be made in this House so that we can scrutinise that list. So we need more statements from more departments, not fewer, and the government needs to up its act, because it's clear we've exposed a number of failings in the government through our scrutiny. So it's important that that statement today and that list is published here so that we can scrutinise it.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think the scrutiny has been carried out well by this House, that both the Chancellor and the Secretary of State for Education were questioned for the best part of 2 hours, which is pretty comprehensive scrutiny, with members having the opportunity to raise constituent concerns and points that are valuable to the government to take on board as it considers its policy developments. I'm a great believer in parliamentary scrutiny. I think our adversarial system is a very good way of improving decision making, and therefore I am personally committed to it, and Her Majesty's Government is too.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Whether it's the production of ventilators or acquiring hotels, there is clearly a role for the private sector to contribute towards this national crisis. I've got a major soap manufacturer in my constituency, Queensley's Soapworks, who are very happy to try and help pitch in as part of this process, but they do need to know in terms of upping that production, which they can do within 24 hours. So can we have a statement from the government about what role is expected from the private sector, particularly in the production of things like hand sanitisers and soap?
That is an extremely helpful question. I will ensure that the company in his constituency is brought to the attention of the relevant ministry to ensure that if more quantities of soap are needed, that his constituency company can be involved in it. The private sector will be crucially involved in this, in cooperating with what the government is doing and with ventilators in changing production to produce ventilators, and I'm sure there is a need to produce other things for which there is greater demand currently. So I'm very grateful for his helpful suggestion.
Kevin Brennan.
Deputy Speaker, like other honourable members, I have constituents stranded overseas. David and Anne Clements, who run a small business in my constituents, are stranded in Quito in Ecuador and were due to fly home tomorrow. But there are no flights and there's no prospect of flights for the immediate future. Could he arrange for the Foreign Secretary to make a further statement, because he seemed to rule out repatriation in previous statements, and perhaps persuade him to attempt more cooperation with other governments, where, if necessary, flights can be arranged for people of different nationalities to be able to bring them safely home?
Yes.
The honourable gentleman makes a helpful point, and the government has done that previously, has cooperated with other nations in repatriation flights. It is a situation that is developing and evolving, and the ability to bring people home has become harder in recent days. But as I said earlier, the Foreign Secretary is working very hard on this and is in discussion with the airlines.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I'd like to add my voice to all of those MPs who have called for an urgent statement on what the government is doing to repatriate UK nationals. I have one constituent who is in a party of 5 in a military hospital in Hanoi in Vietnam. They are staying in filthy conditions, surrounded by cockroaches and dead rats, and despite writing to the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs on Tuesday, I have had no reply. I have three constituents, stuck in Peru, and they haven't been told to buy a private ticket, but they've been told, in fact, to stay where they are and not even to attempt to get to an airport. So we do need to know from a minister in this House when and how our constituents can get home.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, dare I say it isn't as easy as that, because there are different problems in different countries, and therefore simply to say when people can get home is not within the gift of the government, and there are different practices being followed in different countries. However, I note that the Honourable Lady has not received a reply to a particular inquiry, and I will ensure that that is taken up so that a reply is brought to her in a reasonable amount of time.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank the Leader of the House for his comments in stressing how important it is that members here are well informed. But I think to the outside world, it does seem like the business of the House is business as usual. Can I suggest, and echoing the points perhaps made by my friend, the member for Elton, that we need more frequent updates, statements if you want to call them, by the different departments, which are many that are being impacted by this crisis. And not only that, that we actually have daily reporting from the Health Secretary to explain the number of cases, the number of testing, the number of deaths, and the amount of equipment that we are getting out to our much-needed hospitals. Only then can we inform our constituents of how this crisis is impacting on our communities.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the House has adjusted its programme to allow members to be updated at unusual times. Statements have been coming on thanks to Mr. Speaker's flexibility at times when other business was taking place, and the opposition graciously allowed its own opposition day to be interrupted yesterday at an early time to allow a statement to be made. So I think our procedures are being adapted, and as I look around the chamber, I notice that social distancing is being pretty well practiced, with broadly the only exception being my opposite number, the Right Honourable Lady. But other than that, and a couple of government ministers too. So I think we are trying to get the balance right and understand the government's message. What is the government's message? The government's message is that social distancing is advised for all of us and strongly advised for those over 70 or with certain serious medical conditions. But the government has not said that businesses should not carry on. And our business carries on in this chamber, and that is in line with government advice. There is no contradiction between social distancing and continuing with business, as the other half of his question points towards, because honourable and right honourable members want to hold the government to account, and that means we need to be here to do that. But there again, a balance needs to be struck. My right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, has come to the House often to update the House. But my right honourable friend also has considerable ministerial responsibilities, particularly heavy ones at the moment. And I think the House ought to be reasonable in what it asks of him, because if he were to be here every day for 2 or 3 hours, that would be 2 or 3 hours when he were not able to be attending to his ministerial business. And I think it is getting that balance right that is important, and where in terms of my own role, I recognise that I must look at it from both directions, both from the point of view of the House and the House being informed and holding to account, but also from the point of view of what it is reasonable to ask of ministers.
Many thanks, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I wonder if I might, in the first instance, give the Leader of the House an opportunity to clarify his answer to my honourable friend, the member for Edinburgh North and Leith, when we talked about repatriating citizens back to the UK. The Leader of the House said that the government would do whatever it can, and I'm slightly concerned that this contrasts with the Prime Minister's rhetoric, which is we'll do whatever it takes. And I think we should be looking to do whatever it takes to get our people back home to this country. In addition to that, We heard a litany of challenges that face small businesses and large businesses in our constituencies this morning during the urgent question. And businesses in my constituency of Angus in Arbroath are facing very challenging situations getting their broker and their insurers, and crucially the reinsurers, to come to face up straightforwardly to what the obligations are under business continuity claims. Can we have a statement which sets out what the government's expectations are on the insurance industry, and that that's been done in tandem with the Association of British Insurers?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I would reiterate that the government, and particularly the Foreign Secretary, is working very hard on the repatriation issue. But may I add that I will report to him after this session the widespread concern of so many members. It is not one of those things that has just come up from one member with a particular case. It seems to be, and I notice nodding and even hands going up, of concern across the House. So I will pass that on in an underlined fashion. There are indeed a litany of challenges faced by businesses. That's why my honourable friend was here for an urgent question earlier. And I understand the point that is being made about insurers. It is difficult for the government to make a single statement on what will be a variety of contractual obligations, but insurers have already, thanks to the intervention actually of my honourable friend who answered the urgent question, the member for Salisbury, they have already behaved well in relation to businesses that have not been formally told to close but have de facto had to close, and that was a helpful announcement made by the Chancellor a couple of days ago. So the insurance industry, though much criticised, is in some cases already behaving well.
Point of order. Point of order, Mr. David Davis. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In his response to my honourable friend for Windsor, the Leader of the House answered, in effect, that the Civil Contingencies Act was not available for this particular emergency. Now, I'm quite sure, that knowing my right honourable friend, that he was repeating with absolute good faith the briefing he'd been given. However, I was here and lived through, as it were, the passage of that Act, and it's not my understanding of it. More importantly, perhaps, it's not the understanding of a number of public lawyers about that Act. So could you undertake to get Speaker's Counsel to give this House an opinion as to whether the Civil Contingencies Act is applicable before we move the emergency legislation next week?
Further to that point of order, Chris Bryant. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Further to that point of order, one of the key aspects of the Civil Contingencies Act 2004 is that renewal of powers has to happen within, or the use of powers has to be approved by Parliament within 7 days, and the powers can only last for 30 days before they have to be renewed by Parliament. And indeed, there's specific measures to make sure that the House of Commons is sitting if we're in a recess, or even if we're prorogued. So I wonder whether you could feed that into the process of answering to the honourable member.
It does seem to be both points of order are supplementary business questions, but the Leader of the House is still in his place, will have heard both points of order, and I'm sure that the Treasury bench will reflect on what the honourable members have said today. Point of order, Mr. Mark Pritchard.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, you all know that Mr. Speaker prides himself on standing up for the rights of backbenchers, and backbenchers need to, perhaps more than ever, stand up for the rights of their constituents. And given that the House is due to rise on the 21st, and yet the Leader of the House spoke about potential flexibility with that, and I understand why he said that, can you give an assurance to my constituents, especially as the government is seeking unprecedented powers, possibly without review, or review in the future, maybe months in the future, that this House sits for as long as it can in order that the government is held to account?
To what the Leader of the House had to say during responses to questions, and it seems to me that the commitment from the government was exactly what the honourable member is seeking. Point of order, Kevin Brennan.
Deputy Speaker, during business questions, the Chair of the Public Accounts Committee mentioned a motion that the Leader brought forward this week in relation to select committees, which created a new post outside of normal standing orders of Chair of the Liaison Committee, and put a named individual in the motion to take that post, which flies in the face of the normal practice adopted in this House for many years. The chairs of select committees should be elected from amongst the whole House, with all members of the House having an opportunity to put their name forward. albeit on a party-balanced basis for those particular positions. I wonder if you could adjudicate, Mr Deputy Speaker, whether it would be possible for the leader to bring forward an amended motion, leaving that part of the motion out, allowing the liaison committee and all select committees to be set up forthwith.
The Speaker being very keen to ensure the rights of backbenchers are properly respected, and therefore I will make absolutely certain that the comments are passed on to the Speaker when I vacate the chair. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Elizabeth Truss.
Trade Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Priti Patel.
Fire Safety Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Presentation of Bill, Secretary Matt Hancock.
Coronavirus Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. I remind the House that members may now table amendments to the coronavirus bill. I encourage, Chris Bryan's already going, I encourage honourable members who want to table amendments to do so by sending them to the Public Bill Office by email from their Parliamentary Network account. If members would like advice on amendments, could I encourage them to phone the Public Bill Office rather than visit in person? We now come to the backbench motion on the government response to the Sir Amias point of order.
I'm sorry to have delayed my point of order, but it is pertinent, particularly to this business. Can I ask why the Financial Secretary's excellent biography of Adam Smith has not been laid on the table as one of the papers pertinent to this debate? You will appreciate that Adam Smith was absolutely categoric in his view of taxation, that it should be fair, proportionate, not retrospective and not arbitrary, which is clearly the subject matter of this afternoon's debate.
It's as if he read my mind. I'm sure that the Treasury bench will have heard his comments. We now come to the backbench motion on the government response to the Sir Amias Morse review of the loan charge 2019. Mr David Davis to move.
I stand to move the motion in the name of Ruth Cadbury, Dr Julian Lewis and myself, and supported by some 40 other members of this House. And I start with commending my right honourable friend for having the cunning to beat me to the punch in this particular debate. It may seem strange to outside observers that in the midst of a global pandemic and a huge national crisis that we are talking about a tax technicality, or at least that is how it might appear. But actually, it's one of the great virtues of our country that no matter what the crisis, whether it's a pandemic or whether it's warfare, this House always pays attention to issues of natural justice. And we never ignore issues of natural justice, even in times of crisis. And as a matter of justice, which this is not a party political issue. In politics, in our business, justice is a matter of honour. Honour that we deliver to the British people, and that's what we intend to do today. And this is an injustice with very large consequences. We have all met and listened to constituents who are facing utter financial ruin as a result of this policy. It is ruining people's lives. There have been at least 7 suicides caused by the stress, the anxiety and the financial hardship of this policy. And here is to give the House the flavour of this, because it doesn't just apply to those who commit suicide, but those who are under the stress. Here is what the family of one loan charge victim told the all-party group about his suicide note. Quote, "He wrote about being at the end of his tether with the loan charge. He wrote such awful things about himself, things that just weren't true, that he clearly thought about himself at the time. He wrote he did not set out to do such wrongdoings. He wrote about being unable to speak to his GP about his anxiety as he was ashamed, his fear of going to prison, his disgust at himself for getting mixed up in the loan charge, and his belief that he would now go to hell. In the case of this individual, the loan charge policy did not just take his money, it took his self-respect and eventually his life. And there could be more. According to the Loan Charge All-Party Group, 39% of those affected have had suicidal thoughts. I think the Minister will be hard-pushed to think of another government policy that's caused more than a third of those affected to consider suicide. But it's no surprise it's having that effect on people. 68% have suffered depression, 71% faced bankruptcy, 49% could lose their homes. And I've said in the previous debate on this issue that the power to tax is the power to destroy, and that's never been more clearly demonstrated than here. I will give way.
Grateful to the right honourable gentleman for giving way and congratulating him on winning this debate. On the all-party parliamentary group, we took evidence from a number of family members of people who had committed suicide as a result of the loan charge. And can I underline the point he is making? The impact on people who had been law-abiding, hard-working throughout their lives has been quite traumatic. And in some cases, a particular case that I remember, I'm sure my honourable friend from Brentford and Isleworth will remember, the person who took his own life did not owe a huge amount of money. It was the fact that he had been made to feel like a criminal when he was anything but.
The right honourable gentleman makes an extraordinarily powerful point in his own skillful way. And I say but this back to him. His committee took this evidence before the added economic stress of the coronavirus. Because many of these individuals will be contractors. There'll be people who maybe have no rights at the moment and certainly no way of finding the money to meet the demands upon them. So even small sums of money will bring enormous pressure to bear on the individual. So he's right, this is not some vague and abstract tax issue. This is about people's lives. And that's why I was pleased when the government launched the Amias Morse review into the policy. And in December, Sir Amias Morse published a detailed report, and I commend him, frankly, for his heroic attempt to find a compromise, because that's really what he did. The facts and the conclusions are a little different, and the reason is he was trying to find a compromise. But I'm afraid when it comes to matters of natural justice, a compromise is nowhere near enough. Such a detailed review deserves detailed scrutiny, and within the limits of the time, I'm going to spend a small amount of time looking at his central findings. Now, Sir Amias recommended a December 2010 cut-off date for the loan charge. All loans before that date will be out of the loan charge scope. Now, in a piece for the House magazine some time ago, I referred to that as arbitrary, and Sir Amias responded. He said, it's not an arbitrary date, it's the date from which the Finance Act 2011 ensured a tax was charged on income paid through loan schemes. Well, that simply didn't make sense even in its own terms. The Finance Act was not law in December 2010, it was simply draft legislation. It was not passed for another 8 months until July 2011. Now, HMRC does not, or certainly should not, take its instruction from draft legislation. It certainly should not take it from press releases, which was what actually went out on that day. It takes its instruction from settled law, and both of those words matter. Settled law. Sir Amias went on to argue in his House magazine piece that once the 2011 Act was passed, tax should have been understood as being due from that point. But even in 2011, the law was far from clear, after the government suffered a series of defeats in the courts.
Right honourable friend, give way on that point.
I will give way, yes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. My constituents just don't have any extra money. They've used it all up each year. And frankly, after 2010, they were continually told by financial experts and the companies they were contracted to that all was well, carry on. So suddenly, in 2017, they're faced with a massive bill and they just can't cope.
And what I'm talking about now is how we got to that position. He's exactly right. Now I'll talk again about the financial status of the people we're talking about today. But and he's right. They aren't rich people. Again, I'll come back to. But HMRC, who have claimed that this is clear law, lost the case in Dexter and Sempra cases in 2002 and 2008 respectively, when the court specifically rejected the idea that the loans could be subject to income tax. HMRC then lost a case first in 2012 and then again in 2014, demonstrating that the 2011 legislation had not clarified the law to the satisfaction of the courts. And that's a key point, not to our satisfaction, not to our constituents, to the satisfaction of the courts. Now, the fact that HMRC lost twice and then won twice tells us that even experienced, highly informed judges spending a great deal of time studying these cases found it a difficult issue to resolve. I will allow my
Isn't the proof of the pudding in the fact that the 2017 legislation was introduced? The loan charge itself is a standing proof that previous legislation was not sufficient to tax these people. Otherwise, they'd have done it.
As usual, my right honourable friend trumps my argument in advance, but I will come back to it in a second. You see, what that demonstrates, and his point demonstrates too, is the failure of the Treasury and HMRC to write clear and comprehensible legislation. So, if the judges can't understand it, what chance ordinary laymen, people who cannot afford to employ an accountant? And we're not talking about city slickers here or international bankers. We're talking about locum nurses, social workers, care workers and hospital cleaners. I give away the
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman and his point that these are not just all city slickers, tax avoiding, money grabbing sorts. Reminds me of my constituent, Caroline Cheesty. She was a social worker in the public sector, 24 years experience with local authorities, had a career break, then when she wanted to go back as a locum, was advised either you form a PLC or you go with an umbrella company. That's what she did. She came to my surgery in tears. Does he not agree with me that the government should go after the promoters of these schemes, not the little people?
Here. She's tempting me into a political point because the Blair government was the most active promoter of these things, but she's right in general. The point is right in general. Now, 1 second, I'll make 2 paragraphs progress, and I'll give the my honourable friend his intervention. Now, when something is as unclear as this tax law obviously was, you don't take the date of resolution from the first date that HMRC wins. You don't say, we keep going until they get the answer the government wants. You take it from the day it's resolved finally in the Supreme Court. And the case was not finally and definitively settled by the Supreme Court until 2017, where it found in HMRC's favour on Rangers and Dexter and the Sempra cases. Now the government, again, and this is my right honourable friend's point, then passed further legislation to clarify the law. Even after the court case, they then passed the legislation to clarify the law. So if it was so clear, his point, why do we need a new law in 2017? That's the fundamental centre of this. I give way to my honourable friend.
My right honourable friend is making an unanswerable case in logic, but I would just like to make another political point and put it to him, and that is the cause of tax avoidance is not normally associated with such parties as the Labour Party or the Liberal Democrat Party, but I'm sure he would acknowledge that honourable and right honourable members from both those parties have played a leading role in trying to put this injustice right.
He is absolutely right. I started by saying this was not a political issue, it was an issue of honour, and as you would expect from our House, one of the greatest parliaments in the world, if not the greatest, all sides take part in defending that honour. And on that point, I give way to the right honourable gentleman.
In giving way, the intervention was spot on. This has brought the House together, because the issue isn't about tax avoidance. I think everyone on all sides disagrees that tax avoidance should be clamped down on, and there's no disagreement that the loan charge could apply in the future. What has concerned many of us very deeply is that this is offence against the rule of law. which is supposed to be a basic British tradition, one of our core values taught in our schools. And so I do totally agree with the points made by the right honourable gentleman.
I nearly called him my right honourable friend from my days in the Public Accounts Committee, but the right honourable gentleman. So, when financial advisors and accountants could not understand the law, when employers could not understand the law, when the courts could not agree on the law until 2017, how could an ordinary layperson possibly have understood the law? Now, the Supreme Court's eventual decision overturning 3 decisions before reflects changing national attitudes on the responsibility of the taxpayer. The point that the right honourable gentleman has just spoken really lights one second, I'll just finish the paragraph and then I will, of course, give way. As a result, one professional organisation, one organisation representing the professions involved here, explicitly changed its own guidance to its members. And what it said was, members must not create, encourage or promote tax planning arrangements or structures that set out to achieve results that are contrary to the clear intention of Parliament in enacting relevant legislation and or are highly artificial or highly contrived and seek to exploit shortcomings within the relevant legislation. In what year was that changed guidance handed out by the professions? 2017. I give way to mine.
I'm very grateful. He's making some very good points, which I agree with. But does he not agree that if something looks too good to be true, it usually is? In my business, we have been brought these kind of schemes over the last 30 years a number of times by our advisors, maybe with a barrister's letter to say, don't worry, it'll all be fine, but you can reduce your tax bill hugely by adopting this scheme. We always rejected them because we knew the risk was there. There is a requirement, does he not agree? There's a requirement on the individual who subscribes to one of these schemes to make sure they understand the risks, and there is no guarantee that these schemes will actually ultimately reduce their tax burden.
Firstly, I'd say to my honourable friend that, of course, he is a skilled businessman and he knows what he's doing and he's across this, and it's his job to be across this sort of thing. If you can say that about a locum nurse or a social worker, I am not so sure. But this was actually at core, the centre of Sir Amias Morse's arguments, which I will come to, I think, immediately. Actually, I may as well. Sir Amias took the view that the attitude from 2017 should apply right back to 1990, back to 2010, even though the law in effect not being clear. And what he said was, I take the view that the principle of a taxpayer's responsibility for their own tax affairs must be upheld. That's the point, I think, that my honourable friend is making precisely. Well, that's true. That's true. But only when the law is clear. Only when the law is clear. Which means the government itself has a responsibility. It has a responsibility to make the law clear and not to punish ordinary, hard-working taxpayers when it fails to live up to that responsibility. And HMRC themselves seem to disagree on the importance of the taxpayer's own responsibility. Why do I say that? Because until 2014, HMRC didn't approach the individual taxpayers. They approached the advisors. They approached the companies that insisted, and I note, insisted, didn't ask, insisted with their locums and their social work, insisted that they took up this option. That's what HMRC did. They went to the advisors until 2014, until this suddenly started to become quite controversial. And last year, the Prime Minister himself commented on this. He said, the real culprits in this matter, if I may say so, are perhaps not so much the individuals themselves who've decided to use the loan charge as a way of minimising the tax exposure, it's the people who advised them that it was a sensible thing to do. In my view, we should find a way of going after them. That's the Prime Minister's view. And I happen to agree, unusually. Would you forgive me? I've tried to constrain this to 15 minutes, and it's beginning to be a struggle with so many conventions, so if you'll forgive me. So in summary, these people are now suffering because of a history of poorly drafted regulation and legislation and poor management by HMRC targeted on the wrong people. Now, on many occasions, the Minister and his predecessor have told me and this House that the loan charge is not retrospective. In his report, Sir Amias Morse says the loan charge can look back 20 years. This design has been described by the Treasury as retroactive. The report describes the loan charge throughout as backward looking. HMRC have denied it's retrospective. They said it's retroactive. Well, if I may say so, that's a distinction without a difference. When I looked up retrospective in the thesaurus, guess what it said? It defined the word as retroactive or backward looking. So, not only that.
Maybe the thesaurus wasn't clear.
Yes, I'll send HMRC a copy of Microsoft's thesaurus. But not only that, in paragraph 3.8 of his report, Sir Amias says the review's legal advisors found that there was no precedent for that element of the design. That's the retroactive or retrospective or looking back. There was no legal precedent for this design. So I hope the government, frankly, will now stop playing with words and finally concede that this is indeed a retrospective measure, an unprecedented retrospective measure. And so the only just, fair and rational resolution is to remove the retrospective nature of the loan charge and set the cut-off date when the law became clear. When the Supreme Court finally settled the matter in 2017 and when the government felt it necessary to legislate to make it clear what it meant in the first place. That's why, and as I made clear before, if the government does not act to address this, Parliament, all of us who take this very seriously, will have to act for it and make clear that in future HMRC can under no circumstances act retrospectively. So here comes a finance bill if we can't solve this. Now, I would suggest one very simple adjustment to his plans before they are published, to change December 2010 to July 2017. That would resolve the issue. It would lift enormous pressure off our constituents, 50,000 of them, and it will put the government in a morally defensible, justifiable and decent position. Tax law is the only part of English law where innocent until proven guilty does not apply. If the HMRC tell you you owe money, then until you prove otherwise, you owe the money. So it's very, very important that the law is clear, that it's not subject to reinterpretation by subsequent governments, that it doesn't move with social mores or whatever. It is simply clear. And that's what we have to do. So in the interest of natural justice and the interest of the financial and mental well-being of thousands of our constituents, it's time for the government to change its mind and remove this harrowing burden from the 50,000 people who've been caught by it.
The question is, as on the order paper. Chris Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I intend only to speak for a couple of minutes on this matter, partly because of the outstanding introduction from the Right Honourable Gentleman for Halton, Brighton and Howden, which was clear, logical and unimpeachable, and I congratulate him on this debate. But partly I only need to make a short contribution because the situation is simple. It's quite a clear situation that we face. I'm clear about two facts. First of all, these loan schemes, DR schemes as they're known, were clearly a tax dodge and were used for people to pay less tax. And it is absolutely right of the Right Honourable Gentleman for Kingston and Surbiton hinted in his intervention that we close down those loopholes. But it is also clear that these are put in place unfairly, unjustly, as a retrospective measure. And what's the proof of that particular pudding? Well, the Right Honourable Gentleman for New Forest West beat us all to it, but he's absolutely right. Why on earth did we need to introduce the 2017 legislation to introduce the 2019 loan charge if, as the government claims and HMRC claims, these schemes were already illegal? They weren't. That's why the loan charge was brought in, and it is utterly wrong to bring in retrospective legislation and retrospective taxation as a result. It is entirely within the rights of HMRC to look at people's previous tax records up to a period of 5 years, but that's only if the information that the individual has given to HMRC can be proved to be incorrect. But we're talking here about individuals who've had their correct tax returns signed off by HMRC, and HMRC themselves have agreed that these are perfectly legitimate and lawful within the current tax law, and then they've been reopened not because there is a suggestion that the individuals have provided incorrect information, but because the law is actually changed or wasn't quite as HMRC themselves thought it was at the time that they signed off those tax regulations. That's HMRC's problem. It's not the problem of my constituents. And I've had constituents, fortunately I don't know of any constituents who had to take their own life, but I've had constituents who have lost their business, I've had constituents who've lost their house, one constituent whose marriage has broken up, one who was a young lad up doing his first job, a contracting job, and he was told on the first day, this is the way that we get paid in this place. He didn't know any better. 20 years old, just out of 21 years old, just out of university, and that was the way that he was encouraged by the employer and incidentally by his colleagues to undertake this, this scheme. He doesn't yet know what his liability will be. Will it be £16,000? Will it be £60,000? And the uncertainty is dragging him down, that at the moment he doesn't feel able even to work. So I congratulate the Right Honourable Gentleman from Halton, Price and Howden. I echo the Right Honourable Gentleman from Kingston and Surbiton who says that this is not actually a party issue. Honourable members will all agree this is a question of natural justice, of fairness, of not reopening tax returns that had previously been signed off by HMRC. Let's close the loophole by all means, but let's not drag people into this dreadful sense of natural injustice.
There's 13 other people who want to get in fact more than that now. So I would plead for contributions of the length that we've just seen from Chris Matheson. Very short, please. Otherwise, we're simply not going to do justice to the next debate. Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Business questions just before this debate. I asked about the perennial issue of war widows whose pensions were stopped because they remarried or cohabited. And we were told in no uncertain terms that these would not be reinstated retrospectively. On 6th of February, I put down a question to the Minister on the bench today, asking about the apparent difference in the approach between the approach to war widows not getting retrospective pensions, but people being hit retroactively by the loan charge. I was told in the reply that the loan charge is not retrospective. We now know the reason it's not retrospective, because it's retroactive, even if the two things are exactly the same. I pay tribute to my right honourable friend for Halton, Price and Howden for taking the initiative, as he has done over months, to try and put this right, and also to the all-party parliamentary group led so ably by the right honourable member for Kingston and Surbiton and our former colleague Greg Mulholland, who has done a great deal of background research in support. My understanding of the situation can be summarised as follows. First, uncertainties arising from the IR35 legislation led tax experts to approve these umbrella company loan schemes. Second, many self-employed public sector workers, amongst others, had no idea that they were even being paid by means of these loans. Thirdly, if HMRC had been doing its job properly, it would have been sanctioning the purveyors of these schemes and warning the victims straight away as soon as they sent in their first annual returns that they were making themselves liable for charges. Fourthly, and this is quite incredible, these schemes are still being sold to thousands of people who clearly still have no idea what is waiting for them from HMRC further down the line. Fifth, even the Morse Review's decision to exempt people affected by this prior to 2010 leaves those who were bullied into making large payments relating to the years before 2010 unable now to get those settlements rescinded. So people actually paid up money before the Morse Review for a period now that has been exempted, and where they could probably negotiate better settlements, if any settlements were still needed, than those for which they have paid money that they cannot now get back because they cannot reopen the negotiation. 6, people acted in good faith on the best professional advice that they could get. They should not have been left in blissful ignorance for years on end by a government body that is now playing catch-up. Because of the constraints on time, I will not go through the harrowing personal testimonies. I will just stick to a couple more theoretical points and then I shall conclude. So 7th, it has been pointed out that there was something called Part 7A ITEPA, which came into effect in December 2010, and this has been cited as justifying the decision for the loan charge to apply from 2010 onwards. But I am advised by Alan Williams FCA, a constituent as well as a highly qualified professional, that this does not apply to the self-employed. So the self-employed, who are so often victims of this setup, ought not to be caught by a provision, by the assumed knowledge of a provision that didn't apply to them in any case. An 8th point is that the loan charge is not in any case full and final settlement and therefore doesn't close open years. Even those paying the loan charge will see HMRC continuing to pursue further sums for so-called protected years in which loans were received. And the recommendation of Mr. Williams is that those accepting the loan charge should be afforded finality by making the loan charge full and final settlement. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I come to the conclusion that HMRC fell down on the job. They were asleep at the wheel. They bullied the victims and they let the villains who created these schemes get away with it. So HMRC in this case are not just bullies, they are negligent bullies. And the government should know when it's beaten, both morally and intellectually, stop flogging this dead horse and finally do the right thing.
Davey. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for New Forest East, and I'm delighted to say on this occasion I agree with every word he says. And I think that is the nature of this debate, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's brought all sides together, people who aren't necessarily normally in total agreement on economic and tax affairs. It has brought us together for the reason that the right honourable gentleman member for Halton, Price and Howden said. It's about natural justice. Mr. Deputy Speaker, having set up the loan charge APPG last year, I think it has just become a group that illustrates the way the House has come together. We now have 227 members. We are co-chaired by my honourable friend, the member for Brentford and Isleworth, and our honourable friend, the member for Hemel Hempstead. I should say he wanted to be here today, but he has a family issue which kept him away. So not only do we represent, Mr. Deputy Speaker, colleagues from across the House, I believe we've gone about our business in a pretty professional way with the support of the Loan Charge Action Group as our Secretariat. We produced reports in the past, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and as a group we have reviewed the Morse Review itself, and we have published our response to the Morse Review. That follows two witness sessions where we had tax experts, we had loan charge victims, we received more written evidence, and we built on our previous work. And this 63-page report published today has 17 key findings on the Morse Review and makes 19 recommendations. I've been on a number of APPGs over my time in this House, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm sure you have. It's relatively unusual for an APPG to do such a thorough and detailed report in such short time. If I only have one disagreement with the right honourable gentleman member for Halton, Price and Howden, I wish he'd given us a little bit more time to do our work before this debate. I'm really pleased we've got this debate. And I hope the Minister, whatever he says from the dispatch box in response to this debate, will undertake to read the APPG's report and respond to it. When the Morse Review was set up, we welcomed it. It is what we had been seeking, and we had meetings with Zemias, and we gave him a huge amount of material. And it's fair to say, and to put on record on behalf of the APPG, that we welcome many aspects of his report. He talks about how unusual the loan charge is and how, frankly, unique it is, how it overrides statutory time limits which are meant to protect the individual taxpayer. That it looks back over 20 years. What an astonishing piece of legislation to put forward. It has a number of good recommendations. For example, it says that if the loan charge continues, after 10 years of repaying, any remaining liability should be written off if the taxpayer has earnings of less than $30,000. One would have thought that was a reasonable recommendation, Mr. Speaker, even if the government wants to stand by the loan charge, but they have rejected it. The government have rejected even that relatively modest recommendation. I would have thought Her Majesty's Treasury would and HMRC would have agreed with all the recommendations in the spirit of the Morse Review, but they haven't. Some they've rejected in full, some in part, and some they are interpreting in a way which is clearly not intended by the Morse Review. For example, Mr. Speaker, one of the group of taxpayers I've been most worried about is those who've had closed tax years. In other words, their tax affairs properly given to HMRC with all the relevant material and backup had been accepted and that tax year had been closed. Now, there can be no doubt that going back to such a year is complete and utter retrospection. Yet, the government are still seeking to apply the loan charge to those years, and they have narrowed in a most outrageous way the way we consider the concept of a closed tax year. So I'm really unhappy with the way the government has responded to the Morse Review itself. But the Morse Review does have a big flaw at its heart, which the Right Honourable Gentleman for Houghton, Price and Howden set out in detail, and because he did, I won't need to speak for so long, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Essentially, what Morse says is that the law that was passed in 2011, the Income Tax Brackets Earnings and Pensions Act, and particularly Part 7A, made it clear. Now, the Right Honourable Gentleman showed that it didn't make it clear, even for those people directly linked to it because of the timings that he set out. But actually, in specific detail, the expert witnesses that we saw in the APPG made very clear that that legislation only covered some of the schemes that the loan charge applies to. Those schemes that involved employees who were being paid via a third party. But that legislation completely omitted entire schemes, entire existing schemes that involve the self-employed, that involve companies, that involve loans paid directly to employees. So there can be no doubt that that legislation that Morse was relying on does not apply to many, many, many people because they're just not covered by that legislation. It's not a question of debate, it's just a fact. And experts at the time looked at the legislation and responded in the way that you would. They looked at what the legislation said and changed their advice accordingly. And indeed, Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs advice was based on what was actually in the Act, surprisingly enough. There's a 2016 technical note, which our report refers to, where HMRC specifically says that is what the legislation said. Now, I find it quite extraordinary that ministers, successive ministers, have tried to defend this, this double talk from HMRC. And as the Right Honourable Gentleman who opened the debate said, no court rulings in any way interpret the legislation in the way that the Morse Review does. So while I have a huge amount of respect for Sir Amos Morse, I think on this point he is entirely wrong. And I've not seen, and I don't read all the tax literature, Madam Deputy Speaker, but the tax experts that have contacted us are really, really clear that Morse is getting the legislation, as it was understood at the time, completely wrong. Happy to give way.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way to me. Could I ask him, when he took evidence when the right honourable gentleman took evidence from people who are subject to the loan charge, did he receive any evidence to the effect that their chartered accountants or their financial analysts since 2010 had told the people who they were being paid by that they were in real danger and they better actually change the way they pay their taxes?
For that intervention, we took no such evidence. No such evidence was proffered to us. It may exist out there, but we've certainly not seen that. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to detain the House any longer. I've made my core point, but I want to just summarise the whole reason why this has been such a big issue and why it's united the House. And that is that this is retrospective legislation. And it is unfair, and it is wrong. And we have to defend individual taxpayers, even if we think they might have been ill-advised to do it in the first place. We have to defend the law. And why do we meet in this House? Why do we pass laws unless we come back and say, government, you're breaking the law, and hold them to account for that? That is our constitutional job, and I want to thank right honourable members from across the House for doing their duty.
Stephen Metcalfe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I too congratulate my right honourable friend for Horton, Price and Howden and the Backbench Committee for securing this and others, this very important debate. It may not be the most pressing issue that we are facing at the moment, but it does address the deeply held concerns of constituents caught up in this injustice. And I say injustice because I truly believe that that's what it is, an injustice. Now, this debate is to look at the Morse Review, which I believe did have some welcome outcomes, but I don't believe for 1 minute it went far enough. Now, I believe, can I say at the start, I believe everyone has a duty and an obligation to pay their fair share of tax, and that anyone who evades tax should be rightly sought out and made to pay. But that isn't what we are dealing with here. Here we're dealing with, in many cases, ordinary people who were either forced or persuaded into schemes that they were advised were perfectly legitimate and approved by HMRC. And there lies the problem. And by way of example, I would like to share with the House an account of one particular constituent who is caught up in this and is facing a bill for tens of thousands of pounds and potential financial ruin. Now, I know that the government and HMRC have said that that will not be the outcome, but I assure you, looking at the details of his case, it would be. So my constituent is an intelligent individual, but by no means a tax expert. So when he gave up his job in 2011, deciding to work freelance so that he could get a better work-life balance, he was advised to join a freelancer scheme, a scheme established and promoted by an ICAEW-regulated chartered accountant. The promotional literature unambiguously stated that the accountant scheme was anodyne with no tax avoidance motive, HMRC words involved, legal and compliant, and supported by tax counsel's opinion. However, at no point did the chartered accountant mention any known or future possible risks, either verbally or in writing. Simply, the chartered accountant positioned my constituent's use of the scheme through which he would receive a combination of salary and loans, as he was told this was perfectly legal and an effective tax planning tool. That said, in mid-2012, having noted some adverse media coverage of the subject of tax avoidance, my constituent sought confirmation from the promoter that the scheme remained truly anodyne, as had been stated when he joined it. The promoter's response was unequivocal. Nothing has changed. Later in 2012, a copy of an HMRC letter addressed to the promoter and dated the 20th of June 2012 was forwarded to my constituent in validation of the chartered accountant's previous assurances that the scheme was legitimate. The letter confirmed that for the purposes of mandatory disclosure under DOTAS legislation, HMRC's anti-avoidance group had formally reviewed the scheme and determined it could apply no hallmarks of tax avoidance.
Therefore, of critical significance, HMRC stated the scheme was not disclosable. The unambiguous content of HMRC's letter gave my constituent absolutely no reason to consider its anti-avoidance group had undertaken anything other than a full, diligent review into the scheme, and with the absence of any adverse findings, meaning he could continue to use this scheme safely. But even then, as a cautious person, my constituent sought further confirmation from the promoter and was again reassured. Why would he not carry on using a scheme when he has sought so many reassurances? And I wish to restate that if HMRC had even the slightest concerns as to the legitimacy of the scheme and or my constituents' use of it, then its failure to openly communicate such concerns denied my constituent the clear and obvious opportunity to immediately depart the scheme in mid-2012. As it is, in late 2013, HMRC notified my constituent that it had opened a formal Section 9A inquiry into his use of the scheme, at which point he immediately ceased to use it. Regardless, to this day, more than 6 years after the launching of that Section 9A inquiry into my constituent's use of the scheme, the inquiry has remained open and he has yet to receive any technical argument from HMRC as to why it considers the scheme was unlawful. It is very clear to me that HMRC and the loan charge, or see the loan charge as a panacea for its historic and obvious failures. It's attempting to bypass my constituents' basic right as a taxpayer to have a court rule on any disputed alleged additional liability. We've heard from countless honourable and right honourable members and from esteemed independent tax practitioners that HMRC must, at the very least, be forced to desist using the loan charge to drive through this retrospective, unproven and ordinarily out-of-time claims that predate enactment of the Finance Act 2017. I strongly agree with that viewpoint and feel that it would be undeniably fair and entirely unreasonable to pursue people before that date. Therefore, in light of the uncertainties caused by the current situation with the coronavirus and the effect it is having on freelancers' ability to work and earn at this time, can I please ask that existing legislation be amended such that the loan charge is made prospective from 2017 onwards and remove at least one level of uncertainty for this important group of people at this very difficult time. Thank you.
Colleagues will see that there are a number of honourable and right honourable members wanting to speak in this debate and the debate afterwards. If we are to be able to get everybody in fairly, I would ask that speeches are 5 minutes. Neil Hart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's indisputable that everyone should pay their fair share of tax to fund our public services, and if recent events have taught us anything, it has illustrated that we all rely on the response of those services, and any future threat of funding must be resisted. However, the Government's current position on this issue is frankly quite wrong and unjust. At 35 billion, the Government's official estimate of tax losses is now the highest it's ever been, yet the true figure of tax avoidance by the super-rich and corporations could be as high as 120 billion a year. My constituent, Doug Aitken, is facing a significant bill as a result of loan charge. This is money he simply hasn't got, and if HMRC persists, he will lose his home, his car, and being self-employed, the resulting bankruptcy will result in the loss of his business and his personal contribution to the Exchequer. Like many, he took independent advice from tax experts before entering the scheme and was reassured that it was operating within the law. He declared his income and submitted his tax returns
He set money aside ready to pay any tax liabilities, and he kept that money for the HMRC look-back period. He is not alone. I have a number of other constituents who've contacted me regarding this matter. Some are retired or are now surviving on benefits. They simply do not have the resources to pay. Others have spoken of the significant impact on their mental health. Whilst the changes to the look-back period from the Morse report may exempt thousands from being pursued, thousands more are still facing the prospect of absolute financial ruin. This is nothing short of a disgrace. Meaningful recovery is very unlikely, whereas bankruptcy is almost certain. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to offer my reflections on the key argument put forward by Sir Amos in favour of recovery. In his recent contribution to the House magazine, he explained that the advice he took about the legality was from tax experts. However, he also notes that the contributions from those who entered the schemes evidence that they did not understand the implications, i.e. they are not tax experts. And whilst CMS may have sympathy with the loan charge recipients, pursuing them now is very unlikely to lead to any meaningful recovery. Having previously served the Health Service Ombudsman as a clinical expert, I was advised that I should not assess the treatment and care provided against my gold standard practice level. Rather, my judgment should be tempered to a level of what one could reasonably expect. And I would respectfully suggest that the current policy has measured those in the grip of HMRC over the loan charge against the gold standard of tax experts, and not, as it should have been, against the standard of what one would reasonably expect a layperson to understand. Whilst I firmly believe individuals should pay their tax that they owe, ruinous action from HMRC will help no one. The government must act now to completely remove all retrospective action.
Paul Holmes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And firstly, can I congratulate my right honourable friend, the member for Halton, Price and Howden, in securing this debate, and all members that are members of the APPG in being here today. Only having been in this chamber for only 4 months, I'm not as experienced in others in complicated tax arrangements. But very quickly, during the election, my election campaign, and during my surgeries, this issue has proven to be a huge worry for the many of my hard-working and honest constituents who run small businesses. But for me, this is not a debate, thankfully, that revolves around complicated tax issues. It's a debate that revolves around fairness and proportionality. And that's something that I think the government has got drastically wrong, and where I think the Morse review has not gone far enough. And if I can, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll briefly outline why. Now, like my honourable friend, the member from Basildon, I believe that everyone in our country must pay the taxes that they owe. Individuals, businesses, everybody. That's how a responsible society works. But the people that this affects are not tax avoiders. Therefore, I do have some concerns on behalf of my constituents about some aspects of the government's approach to this issue, and I believe it's my duty as a constituency MP to bring these up with ministers on the front bench. Many constituents have come to see me at a surgery and have told me of the severe pressure that this has put them under. The pressure of payment, possible insolvency, has caused, in some cases, the breakdown of marriages, physical exhaustion, suicidal thoughts, through no fault of their own whatsoever. I am also aware from my constituents that many of those who use some form of disguised remuneration scheme did so at the behest of financial professionals they had hired to advise them. Some were told that these schemes were HMRC compliant. Others were not even told that these schemes were tax avoidance and that they were normal procedure. And I briefly just want, Madam Deputy Speaker, to ask the Minister to consider the following points. Of course, any shortening of the time that the people affected by this are liable for these payments is welcome. But even after 10 years, the payments over 3 years is too regimented and draconian. What thoughts has the Minister had to lengthen its terms? It is simply not fair of the HMRC to impose the retrospectivity that follows from this review. As I've said, many people were advised by financial advisors and are now being penalised because of the late realisation and intransigence of the HMRC. Will the Minister on the front bench now accept that this shouldn't be a portent to any future decision-making when it comes to policy in this area? And what steps is the Minister taking to share the cost burden with financial advisors who recommended these schemes in the first place? It seems to me that they are being let away scot-free. And lastly, I want to raise the subject of the HMRC. Now, the HMRC at normal times is not the most transparent nor easiest of government departments to deal with. HMRC are not known for their empathy or human nature. It is vital that if the government continues down this path, and I really hope that they do not, that a bespoke and compassionate team should be set up to uniquely deal with the vulnerable people in our constituencies who are affected by this measure.
On that point.
Please, yes, sir.
I think that is a gross understatement of the lack of compassion that HMRC has. But I do want to say that if there is going to be a move forward in this area, that actually HMRC can give the certainty to individuals who have suffered under this situation of the loan charge, that there will be finality in the situation.
My honourable friend is absolutely correct, and I think what I agree with him entirely, and his point backs mine up, that actually any team that's set up by the Treasury to deal with people affected by this, and there should be one, look after these people as if they are people and not just numbers, which the HMRC unfortunately has a track record of doing. But there is... Of course I will.
I think he's really put his finger on one of the core points, which is who is running the show here? Is the HMRC running the show, or is the government making sure that the law on this matter is paramount? And does he not find it ironic that in this year, in the annual report for the HMRC, they say that they want a system that can be trusted and seen to be fair, with the right safeguards in place to protect customers? And doesn't this case just show that they're falling woefully short of that ambition?
I thank my honourable friend. I agree with him entirely, and this is not the only case in HMRC dealings that I think people are being treated unfairly, and I really hope that the Minister listens to the concern around the House, particularly about this issue today, but my honourable friend is completely correct. But to add to that, there is a wider point here about the HMRC, and that is that through, as my right honourable friend has said, through their own negligence, have decided to retrospectively charge these people for payments. Never again, and I do say this very strongly, never again should they be allowed to retrospectively adopt policies to cover their failures to get their policies in order. Lastly, the Minister needs to make clear that the people affected by this are victims, and that they are people who are struggling after following advice that was given to them by independent tax experts. I hope he will do that today. So I hope the Minister will look at lengthening the repayment period, a commitment to fairness in dealing with the people that are affected by this, and never allow this to happen again. But ideally, the Minister should get to the dispatch box this afternoon and ideally scrap the loan charges that are affecting so many of my constituents.
Alan Dorrans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I first of all pay tribute to the members and very honourable members on both benches for their eloquence and detail in presenting their argument. It will prevent me from, it will save me some time in my speech. Thank you. It will allow me also to give a perspective from one of my constituents. I've received a number of constituent inquiries regarding this. I will highlight one. In 2008, a constituent was a pilot with Ryanair. He was employed by them. In a change in his conditions, he was no longer an employee. He was forced to become self-employed. He attempted to register as being self-employed, and he was asked a series of questions by HMRC, including, do I supply my own equipment? Obviously not. Ryanair supplied the plane. Can I work for who I want? Absolutely not. He was rotated to work for Ryanair. Can he nominate a substitute? He cannot, because he has registered with Ryanair and he's only allowed to work so many hours. So he therefore could not honestly answer these questions and become self-employed. A number of his colleagues did, but he was an honest man and he decided not to. So he then looked for alternatives, and he found a company in the Isle of Man, a group of accountants, qualified and recognised accountants, who presented him with a legal solution for payment as known as an employee benefit trust. He didn't really understand the implication of this, but he did due diligence and found that it was indeed legal and acceptable to HMRC. He proceeded with that system between for 4 or 5 years and filled in his tax returns legally every year on time and declaring his usage of that particular scheme. In 2019, he was made aware of the loan charge. He came forward straight away to HMRC and offered settlement. He assumed they would treat him as an employed person and charge him for the tax that he was due to pay. So he waited for the settlement figures and in the meantime paid £30,000 in accelerated payment notices and in fact advanced payment of tax. That year he received a bill of £213,000, almost half of which is made up of interest and penalties. There was no allowance for the vast expenses he incurred. Ryanair made him pay for taxis, hotels and even water. No pension relief. They did not deduct the APNs he previously paid, and he had given all of this information. He is still in dispute with HMRC. None of this is fair. This, for him and his family, has been a life-changing experience. He has been treated like a criminal. He has not evaded tax law. He believes he has acted legally at all times, and he refuses to allow HMRC to ruin his life due to their incompetence. Yep. He believes it's nothing more than bullying of individuals and all-powerful and out-of-control government body who should rather be pursuing the people behind these schemes. Therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, to keep my speech short, as I appreciate you are very short of time today, I would say in the interest of natural justice and fairness, I would support this motion that the loan charge is an unjust and retrospective tax, and note that the loan charge was not settled until 2017, and call on HMRC to seize action on loans paid before 2017. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In 2018, when a group of constituents first came complaining about their treatment by HMRC to one of my surgeries, they were talking about loan schemes, of course. I wasn't particularly sympathetic. After all, why should a group of people use schemes to pay less tax than the rest of us? If they didn't pay their fair share, then others had to make it up. Or so I thought. But I was actually too harsh. Not that people shouldn't pay their fair share of tax, but more because I didn't understand the circumstances until they explained their predicament. First, the people I met clearly were not out to defraud the system. They didn't look or sound like petty criminals. They were normal, decent and honest. Some explained they didn't even have a choice, as we've heard. They either used a loan scheme, or they were not employed by the companies, or indeed the state, in some cases. Second, as self-employed individuals, they were often contracted to different entities, and nobody but themselves, from what they earned, put aside anything for pensions, sick leave, paid holidays, or indeed guaranteed employment. They were much less secure than someone with a permanent job. In the interests of being quick, I will make 4 requests to the Minister. 1, I would like to see the retrospective nature of the charge removed up until July 2017, when the Loan Charge Bill became law. That makes sense to everyone. Second, I think if that is not possible, I believe the government should revisit the settlement terms, which are hugely punitive. We've just heard from the last speaker how punitive they were. I would like to see a radical reduction in the extortionate interest rate charges and inheritance tax demands. Thirdly, all of us would find distasteful for the government to send out settlement terms using words that imply that people have deliberately broken the law. They did not. HMRC allowed the use of loan schemes. Every year they allowed, and they sent the tax return back, and people thought they were doing right. Finally, I see no reason why loan charge repayments should not be delayed by a year, rather like IR35, in response to the current health crisis we're all facing. Look, so many people are worried enough at the moment. Give them a break. Give them another 12 months. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Bambos Charalambos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me start by saying from the outset that I'm no fan of tax avoidance, and the law on disguised remuneration schemes should have been, and now has been quite rightly tightened. But the aggressive retrospective action taken by the government in pursuing the loan charge policy and the profound effects this has had on many people's lives is quite simply unjust and unfair. A significant number of people affected by the loan charge policy, including some of my constituents, are freelancers, contractors, locums and agency workers. And when the policy was introduced by the government, when IR35 was introduced by the government of the day in 1999, some of those who were employed by limited company or personal service companies sought and took professional tax advice and were advised to use umbrella company loan schemes instead, as these schemes were, and I quote, tax law and HMRC compliant. Accordingly, acting in good faith and following the advice to the letter, many entered into these loan schemes. In some cases, particularly in the public sector, some people were not even aware that they were being paid through loans. When the loan charge was introduced in 2017, seeking to recover a 20-year retrospective tax to all remuneration paid in the form of a loan, those affected were rightly angered and aggrieved, particularly as HMRC lumped all the loans together into one and insisted on the tax being paid in a single year. The shock and stress at such a draconian and unjust measure caused intense pressure on many of those affected and their families. There have been 7 known suicides from people who are facing financial ruin as a result of the demands for backdated tax from HMRC, even though it's questionable whether the tax was even owed. Relationships have broken down and it has affected people's mental health too. And it's also worth noting that HMRC have pursued individuals acting in good faith from those who enabled the disguised remuneration loan schemes. Thankful for small mercies, the fact that HMRC are now only pursuing schemes going back 10 years instead of 20 years is to be welcome, but many individuals are still caught by the current situation. And it seems that unlike in other areas of law, statutory time limits are of no consequence. When the Prime Minister was running to be leader of his party, he promised to review the loan charge situation, and this review was led by Sir Angus Morse. The report was published in December 2019, and whilst I welcome the recommendations of the Morse report, many of which the government have accepted, unfortunately it does not go far enough. The report also has one fatal flaw in that it concludes that the law was clear from 2010. There are a number of ambiguities which were around at the time, such as the situation related to those who were self-employed. And why, if the law was so clear at the time, did HMRC not enforce the law then, but instead chose to introduce the loan charge in 2017? As a member of the loan charge APPG, I call on the governments to do a number of things. I asked them to amend the date that loan charge should apply from, instead of for 2010 to apply from when the Finance Bill got its royal assent in 2017, to ensure that closed tax years remain closed, and that those with income of under 30,000 should have any outstanding balances written off after 10 years, and that legislation should cover business owners and directors as well as individual contractors. The government and HMRC's reputation has been damaged by the way it's mishandled the loan charge situation. One principle that must underpin our legal and tax system is that things should be just and fair. And unfortunately, the loan charge and its aggressive application has been neither just nor fair. I'll give way.
Talking about that just and fairness is that as British people we uphold, we have a rule of law which we uphold it. It's part of our very nature and fabric of Britain. And so talking about fairness and retrospective legislation in itself is against the rule of law.
The Honourable Member makes an excellent point, and it's very pertinent that we are here discussing tax going back 20 years, which quite clearly is unfair and unjust, and retrospective legislation shouldn't be applied in this situation. I want to finish by reiterating that we must also consider that beyond the financial aspect of tax recovery, we're dealing with real people who need to be treated with fairness and respect. We have a moral duty to ensure that no more homes are lost, no more bankruptcies filed, no more lives are lost, no more families broken because of the loan charge policy.
David Simmons.
Madam Deputy Speaker, like many of those who've spoken in this debate, I met many constituents during the election campaign and since who've been directly affected by it. I've had the opportunity to go through with them many of the contracts that they signed and indeed some of the advice that they received from many of the professionals who, I think we would all agree, based on what's been said today, are the villains of the peace from the perspective of this House. I heard many examples where professionals who were paid, who people should have been able to rely upon providing good, clear and legal advice, have left those people in a very difficult financial position today. But I sympathise with the position that Sir Amias Morse found himself in. And I have to say I believe that what he has put forward in his report, although there are a number of points of concern that remain, does represent a reasonable attempt at a compromise to bring about a resolution of this situation. And it is my understanding that many of these legal cases revolve around the question of how you define a loan. The position of the Inland Revenue, as it was, and HMRC now, the money that you receive for doing your work and that you spend as your income is your income and should be taxed as such. And it's always been the case that the Inland Revenue and now HMRC permit both employees and directors to receive loans from the organisations that they are working for. In fact, many of our constituents will have access to things like season ticket loans provided on a regular basis, which are free of tax because they are loans. And from reading the contracts that many of my constituents signed and having heard in detail the advice that they received, it seems to me very, very clear that at the heart of this is a fundamental problem. The schemes themselves were lawful because it was lawful to receive a loan. But the money that the constituent received was only tax-free if it was genuinely a loan. And as 5, 10, 15, 20 years have gone by, and there is a complete absence of evidence that it was genuinely a loan, because the person has received that money as remuneration and spent it as their income, HMRC have quite naturally begun to take a lot more detailed interest in that. And this situation has left many of our constituents in a real bind. Now, I'm very mindful that when you read the proposals that come from Morse, what is proposed is a process of resolution which has a number of different avenues which the individual taxpayer affected can explore. And it does seem to me, and I hope the Minister will consider, that somewhere at the heart of this is making sure that individuals who acted in good faith, but notwithstanding that were badly and incorrectly advised by professionals, should be enabled to have the benefit of the fact that they acted in good faith when they signed their tax return, even if the information on it, prima facie, was not correct, because they were not intending to evade tax. They thought they were doing something that was within the law. And in summary, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm also very conscious that whilst we have heard a very vocal campaign on this during the course of the general election, 99% of taxpayers in this country never go near a scheme like this. And I've had quite a few of those taxpayers say to me that they find it hard to credit that anybody thought that by describing the pay they received for their work on their tax return as a loan, that meant they didn't and never had to pay an income tax on it. I will.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. Jeff, in my constituency, hard-working, played by the rules, and the rules as far as Jeff was concerned and as advised by accountants, and even indeed the HMRC, was everything was in order. He's doing a good job and paying his way. It is about fairness, as members have said across the chamber, and justice.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think that's a point which everybody in the Chamber is going to agree with. But fairness and justice clearly extends to this Chamber making decisions that are appropriate for everybody. I'm very mindful of what my honourable friend, the member for Beckenham, said in his contribution about ensuring that everybody pays their taxes and everybody is treated fairly. And I simply wanted to say this, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's been, understandably, a huge outpouring of sympathy towards people who did not expect to find themselves facing a very substantial tax bill because they thought they had done the right thing. And I absolutely urge ministers to be as helpful and considerate as possible in approaching the settlement of that. But it is also clear to me, someone who worked as a professional in the financial advice business, not as a tax advisor, when these schemes were being rolled out, that there are huge numbers of people who avoided them because they recognised that they were being asked to put something on their tax return which they knew was not correct. And therefore we have to strike the right balance in the way that we deal with this issue today.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to speak in this important debate. I will be brief and focus my remarks on 2 or 3 key areas which have been partially mentioned by some colleagues earlier. I wanted to just thank the Right Honourable Member for Halton Price and Howden for securing this debate, and also to commend the work of the APPG and the cross-party nature of the debate today, which I think is very helpful. First and foremost, I do want to put on record my fundamental support for a fair tax system. We obviously need to raise taxes to pay for vital public services, but that system quite clearly has to be fair. And I think that the points made by a number of colleagues across the House on this matter are absolutely right, and I am grateful for the emerging consensus on this issue. Secondly, I'd like to just highlight the importance of the issue of the loan charge. I do think the fact that this debate is taking place today at a time of what is a period of sustained national crisis, and indeed a crisis for the whole world, is interesting, and it does underline the importance of this very issue. I certainly was approached a number of times during the general election. Like many members here today, I've had constituents who've contacted me about this issue, and there is deep unease in the community, certainly in the constituency that I represent, Reading East, which is made up of Reading itself and the neighbouring town of Woodley. There's deep unease about this problem, and many, many people are affected by it. And I noted the figure of 50,000 people across the country. It certainly seems to be higher than that in terms of the proportion of people in my community who seem to be affected by this. And I wanted to draw members' attention to both the effects on a typical town of its type, as Reading is, and specific industries where I believe there may be a particular likelihood of this problem arising. So in the areas I represent, there are a very large number of people who are self-employed, who have micro businesses or who work as consultants in one form or another. And that's spread across a huge range of sectors, from traditional small businesses through to people with trades, people with IT skills, public servants, a vast range of people. And I particularly wanted to add to the point made by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Ealing, when she spoke about the locums in public services who are affected by this. And I do know of cases where a number of people in public services have to work as set up as a company and to work on that basis, perhaps as a supply teacher or in some other interim role in public services. And I should declare an interest in that. I've certainly operated in that way in the past as somebody who's an interim public servant, as well as in the more distant past, a full-time civil servant. So it is a well-known route of employment, type of employment. A subset of those people are affected by the loan charge, not all of them. There's also in my area and many other nearby parts of the country or areas with similar high levels of employment in IT, a particular prevalence of self-employment amongst IT professionals. If you think of the great IT businesses in this country, companies like Microsoft or Oracle or Vodafone, many of them headquartered in the Thames Valley or West London, indeed some other parts of the country as well. Many of those large businesses rely very heavily on large numbers of subcontractors who have often no choice but to set up a limited company, which then serves a much bigger, larger organisation. And in my area, many, many people who are affected by the loan charge are in the IT industry. There are whole WhatsApp groups of people within particular parts of the IT industry which are buzzing with concern about this matter. And as has been said earlier, the issue ranges back over many years, and there's a deep sense of uncertainty and pressure on these people, because on these workers and their small businesses, and indeed their families, because of this whole problem. And I should add that we also, as I said earlier, we're debating this at a time of national crisis. Just imagine how that concern overlays itself on top of the existing pressures that we've talked about earlier today and yesterday. Quite rightly, in this House, we've discussed and raised the matter with the government, the importance of supporting small businesses at this time of national crisis. Imagine how it feels to be a small business person or an IT subcontractor where you are the breadwinner in your family. Your source of income could dry up because of this crisis, which is not of your making, which you have not anticipated, and at the same time, you face the long-standing problem of the loan charge looming over you, with the very grave measures which other colleagues have mentioned today, and some of them truly are dreadful, the examples that have been mentioned. And imagine that pressure, and that's, I think, what we need to do today, to think about what this feels like to somebody who is a small business person who is self-employed. And I would just urge the Minister, I know he's a very dutiful and well-read Minister who, as was said earlier, has written a biography of Adam Smith. I do hope that he will look again at the evidence very, very clearly and very thoroughly, and look at this in the context of the current situation affecting small businesses. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the Backbench Business Committee for allowing the debate when I know they had a backlog of requests from many important issues. Also, my fellow sponsors of this debate, my fellow